Okay, greetings everybody. My name is Tedium. Most people call me Coin. And welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, I would like to start by reading the appreciation placards. I would like to thank I mixed up two names is what happened there. Brightwell at Michael DS and Mr. Owen Darcy for their continued subscriptions during this month cycle. Much appreciated. These contributions mean more than words can say, and more than words can express, hence the placard. And while I do not have any patrons, I do have one Valkyrie tier member. I would like to thank Razby for his contribution this month. It means a lot. It really does. I intend on narrowing down some edits to make for this weekend, so that I can have an episode of Dragon Age Origins up sometime during next week. That is my plan. I'm still trying to figure out a few stream related things, and while I don't have any one-off donations, I would like to thank people for having donated in the past. Much appreciated. Now, without further ado, just adjust that a smidge. Now, let's go over what happened last time. Last time, we got a good chunk of Korok seeds done. As you can see, we have 70, and if we look at our inventory, we have 70. We've not yet exchanged these, so we have as many Korok seeds as we've collected. Later, the counter underneath me, as soon as we've spent these, will become far more important than ever before. In addition, we went around, looking through, trying to get various shrines and, making sure we've got everything. Speaking of, did I get all of them? All of the shrines that happen to be nearby and are in this region? Maybe. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong spot. Yes, I do think we have them all. Just doing a double take or double check here. Yeah, other than one, and we're gonna be getting one of those when we go and collect these Korok seeds. Yeah, afterwards, after we're done with this, the next thing we're gonna do, because that is our plan for today, is to continue to mop up these Korok seeds. Rejoice in the fact that there are none in the depth, or any strange places. Our next point of business is to finally take a look at these chasms. We kind of directly went in to the areas on top of where the chasm entrances probably are. I'm thinking about what I thought about what Shiny said. That's a guy on YouTube. I thought a lot about that. And I think what Shiny means is that the entrance is somewhere nearby. We're gonna go look at those after we've wrapped up with the Korok seeds. And then after that, we'll go for the caves next. Well, caves, wells, and so on. Just dig deep into everything. And then afterwards, ooh, do I want to explore I think we'll go right to the Great Plateau. We'll just make sure that's done. People seem to be itchy for me to get the auto build. I do not wish to make people uncomfortable. It's like, don't. I get the feeling it's definitely it's as much for them as it is for myself, which is fine. Hey, content creators don't ask for suggestions because you know, I should say that because there could be any reason for content, a suggestion for the content. But what I should say is I've found in personal experience a lot of content creators tend not to ask for suggestions because, you know, they're just looking for consistent input. It's oftentimes because they are unsure what people want to see, you know. They're unsure. They don't know about the pacing or anything. Now, I'm gonna look at this particular Korok seed because I tried hunting around for it and could not, in fact, do that. Negative 360, 384. That's the Y coordinate. No. Wait, what's going on? Well, I'm looking for a pinwheel somewhere. Methinks it is probably up there. Just double checking some things here. Alright, so there's supposed to be a pinwheel platform. Like a pinwheel nearby, and I'm not seeing it. Yeah, this would have been down there. So unless it's like literally up here, I guess that would mean that it's like an entrance below or something. I think it's an entrance below. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to teleport out, I think. I probably should get used to that fact rather than trying to, like, avoid the inevitable, but I'll give it an honest chance. Maybe it's one of those I need to, like, climb somewhere type things. And it's gonna rain. Yep, I just have to teleport back. It's raining. I literally am unable to climb now. The sooner we can get this, like, slick, like, anti-slick stuff, because I know there's, you know, like, slick, or, like, I think it is called slip resistance. I'm pretty sure I want one of those. All right, let's try this one more time. Methinks... Oh, you know what it probably is? Methinks I need to go to Sky. And, like, maybe try that way. Hold on. Like this right here. This is our way into Sky. I'm almost 100% positive. But we basically need to get on top of the castle. Yeah, actually, now that I'm looking at it, no wonder I had difficulty finding it. Of course they would have difficulty finding it. I feel like I've done this too far out, or I need to like find a different spot to glide from. Or you know what it probably is? I need to make stamina food. Hang on. Let's travel. I feel like I just need stamina. One stamina wheel does not make this distance. Like that is essentially what I think the game is trying to say. Again, I'm still Breath of the Wild pilled, so I'm used to my 2+ wheels of stamina. I'm used to being able to go long distances. I have to remember I cannot do this. Isn't there supposed to be a goddess statue around here? I recall there being a goddess statue. It's probably somewhere around here, right? Yeah, here it is. I will take a stamina vessel, please. An important item that restores some of the stamina you lost to the gloom, increasing the size of your stamina wheel. Yay, an extra fifth. Go and bring peace to the world. Yep. And now we're gonna cook some stuff. How do I want to proceed with this? Select for recipe. Yeah, sure, we could do something like this. Although, in all honesty, we may actually want... There we go. More stamina effects. I'm willing to bet one or two of these effects is about all we need. Yeah, that should be plenty. All right, let's try this again with some stamina restoration food. We went about as far as I think we reasonably could. Now we're gonna glide the rest of the way there. Yeah, I feel like stamina costs have just gone up. Maybe not quite as much for the paragliding, but... feels pretty darn close, though. But it feels like it definitely feels like I'm enduring a stamina increase. Okay, let's eat the whole wheel. Soldier's Shield. A shield once used by the guards of Hyrule Castle. It's easy to handle, but its core is made of wood, so it can catch fire. Okay. Oh. Do we have... I don't think we've taken a picture of that. We have not. And we'll take a picture of the blue Lizalfos. You probably want to be careful and or maybe think about taking out Lizalfos. That is a two-handed axe. I probably do not want that. I've got to be careful. Oh, yep. That one has now decided to, in fact, come after me. Careful. Oh yeah, that is a rough ride. Run. Blue Lizalfo's tail. Hey there, Starnim. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are at the island on Hyrule Castle, the floating castle part of it, and we are collecting the Korok seeds that are in the general area. I've had to make some stamina food to get up here, but now that I'm up here, it should be smooth sailing from here. A highly flexible, stretchable tail. Oh, this is the same text as the green Lizalfo's tail. Good. Blue Lizalfo's horn. A very long sword-like horn. Attach it to a weapon to moderately increase its attack power. Okay, good to know. Careful. Oh, that would have been a nasty, like... Sorry if I'm not the most focused on chat at the moment. Oh. Spooky. Oh, and I guess I didn't take a picture there, but it was kind of hard to take a picture when there was a high high-stakes combat situation. Moblin guts. This prized ingredient can be obtained from moblins. Its odor is too pungent for normal food preparation, but stew it with some critters to make elixirs. Yep. A hefty horn with multiple tough barbs. Yeah, 24 attack power is impressive. Attach it to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power. Or yeah, a lot of this is the same text now that I'm reading it over and over. It's like once you get past the first sentence of text, not much changes. This talent once grew from the elbow of a Lizalfos. Its aerodynamic shape increases attack power when attached to arrows. Stew it with critters to make elixirs. And our lovely friend the Lizal bow. It is nice to have another bow again. A Lizal bow with a grip reinforced by metal. The body is made from the branches of a flexible tree that grows near water, which offers some serious destructive power. Yeah, the monster weapons are fantastic. We're gonna, however, look at our fine friend, the wooden stick. See that we have a spare wooden stick lying around. And we're going to make another put another stick on top of it. All right, our first Korok, our well fought for Korok is up here. There's a pinwheel, and we can go find it. Hey there, NK. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay. You have come in just in time. Like I was explaining to Starnim a moment ago. I made it up here to the Hyrule Castle, like the floating castle portion, and I am working toward collecting the Koroks in this area. It's been a little bit stress-inducing, but so far so good. Nothing, no bit of combat that spooks me yet. And we can come out of here with some really sick loot, I might add, if we keep going. Oh, hello. Are we in a dungeon? I suppose this is a dungeon map. It's got floors. That would make sense. But I'm not interested in that. Let's go back to the world map. Okay, what else? This is the only one up top? No, there are two more. I should change some of these, because I don't want to be up here more than necessary. Okay. So what else is like on top? There are two where the study is. One's like on the tip over here, and another is like over here somewhere. There is two in like these gangly, probably gloom-filled bits. So let's get everything on this side first. You're on your 1.0.0 Tears of the Kingdom file, and am getting Mineru early. Nice, nice. Hopefully that goes well for you. It sounds like you get Mineru late with the way you're saying that. Let us... I guess it would be up here. Yeah, that's exactly it. It would be up here, and then we need to climb. Oh no! Wow, they don't mess around with Hyrule Castle. Silent Princess. This lovely flower was said to have been a favorite of the Princess of Hyrule. They were once feared to have gone extinct, but it's not uncommon to spot them growing in the wild. I should drop that and get a picture before continuing. How do I record my streams? Starnim asks. I use OBS, like Studio OBS. There's a number of different bits of software you can use in order to, you know, record streams or like stream and then also record said stream if that's what you want to do. Those are two different things. But I primarily stream through OBS. There are a number of different bits of software. It's not just OBS. Oh, you mean what am I streaming on? I guess what I'm asking is for a qualification of your question, Starnim. Are you talking about how do I run the streams? Like what software do I use? Or like what console is being used to like play the game the stream is on? Because if it's the latter, then I'm running it on Switch. Because Switch emulation is not that's something I can get people in a lot of hot water. How do I record gameplay? Okay, then it's my previous answer, and in which case that would be OBS, or what people would know as Open Broadcasting Software. It's not super difficult to set up either. You just, for those that are trying to get into streaming, you can just let OBS run through its setup wizard. No capture card. Oh, okay, so you're asking how I'm getting the game's footage? Yes, I am using a capture card to do this. I am using an AverMedia I'm using an AverMedia GC553 or the Live Gamer Ultra, not the 4K, but the external Live Gamer Ultra capture card. That's how I'm putting this stuff up. Conversely, I actually don't have a capture card for computers. I have to run computer stuff through the capture card. No problem. Glad I could answer the question. Sorry I was a little bit dense with said question. Let's not do that. What do we have in here? Royal Guard Sword, a prototypical sword for knights. Its metal may not be as durable as others, but the sword yields massive destructive power just before it breaks. Okay, we're gonna drop that. Gonna pick up the stick. We're going to destroy the fused material, and we're going to take a picture and then fuse this thing. And then same deal, take a picture. This prototype Sheikah-made bow was designed to fight the Great Calamity. Made with ancient technology, it boasts a high rate of fire and firepower, but low durability. You would fuse the stick to the sword? Stick to the sword, you say? A bit late for that now, but I'll try that next time. I guess I would love to understand the mechanics. Oh, you're fine, Starnim. I appreciate the suggestion. I'm willing to bet one of the Koroks is like up here. I see you over there, Mr. Korok. Because now it's the same durability as the stick. Oh, so that's how it works. You, like, inherit, like, parts inherit durability off each other. Would that be accurate? Delete that pin. Yes, it's this particular one. That's interesting. Oh, I'm sure there are definitely shenanigans. There are definitely shenanigans one can do with, you know, the fuse mechanic. Okay, can we go get up here? Wait, right there. I thought I had it. Come on. There's this one spot where I can, like, get up there. There. Koroks down by the sea, Koroks down by the river, all over again. Yep. Alright, Link, I need you to get up there, buddy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... there's gonna be some fairy lights up here. That's gotta be what it is. Just gotta be patient. I only turned in, like, one, I only got a quarter of, or fifth of a stamina wheel here. Cool. No! Alright, Link, get up there. I have to do that all over again. Okay, we can wait. Good. I was a little concerned I was gonna lose more progress than, you know, was initially suspected. Okay, world map. Got that one. What's next? Maybe the ones at the sanctum? Can't put a pin in a dungeon map. Got it. What? I was about to say I can put a pin here. Just needed to, like, do it correctly. Oh, I can't put a... That's interesting. You can put a pin there. Alright, since I have to, like, do it different, I'll just put one pin there. Yeah. Welcome to the early game. I mean, we were used to the late game in Breath of the Wild, right? You know, we had to run around and do this. Now it begins again, or it began again yesterday, and maybe even the day before. Oh boy, that is not good. Get out of that. Did I just swipe by 2 of those? I did. So one's there, and one's, like, here. You have to go have fun playing, and I wish you success with the Koroks. Know that I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Starnim. Thank you very much. Good, like, rest well. And good travels to you, my senator and inductee. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And with that, take care. Okay, it's like over here. Yeah, so we can, like... the extra little bit of stamina is actually making a difference. Okay, I just lost whatever this was again. Oh, that's not it. Although I hovered over it anyway. What's up? It's like in between these segments. What is this particular one? Ah, okay. Ooh, this is a lot of malice. And then this one is... What? What is this particular one? These two are a little bit... No, get up there, Link. Get up there. Huh. Okay, let's try to... I'm gonna have to really take a minute and think about what I'm doing here. Oh, hello there. Yeah, take a picture of that. You know, gloom rotted and all. A decayed claymore prototype for the Royal Guard. It's made of a metal refined using an unusual method, and it holds massive destructive power just before it breaks. What an oddly placed rock. I wonder what that means. Right? That's such a thing I would say all the time. Although you might have been trying to point out a particular rock, and in which case I may or may not have not seen it. Okay, let's drop this. Quit that. Oh, but this is rotted through, right? This is still rotted through. Yeah, that's not gonna work. It has to be a stick. A stick specifically. Destroy fused material. Drop stick. Pick up claymore. Fuse stick to claymore, and now the whole thing lasts as much as a stick does. With better reach to boot. Okay, what else do we have here? We already have that. I'll take it. Any boosted firepower is welcome. All right, now to figure out how exactly I want to go about this. It's maybe that is the throne, just straight up the throne. Yeah, we're headed out the complete, not the wrong direction, but wrong for my purposes. Okay. Up through here. I wonder if the prompt for what the map is telling me to do is like... That is not good. You really gotta watch where you step with this game. Right there. Okay. So if I look out at the map, it would be like, it is basically right here. Oh, so that means not do that. Okay, so, like, one of these is definitely, at the very least, somewhere else. No, I did not want to do that. I did play around with the ascend reversal when we first got it, but I can't stress enough how nice it is to ascend through something and then immediately be like, nope, I don't want to deal with that. Back down there. It's kind of like it's a very useful scouting tool. Okay. So if I look at this, it's like, is it in the malice? Okay. So I'm like following my map here. And if you guys want to follow along on the interactive map, for those of you on Twitch, you can type in !TOTK MAP. That'll give you the object map for this game, complete with precise coordinates. And if you click on a Korok seed, it will tell you, what you need to do it. Like, stuff is clickable. It's not just look at the detailed topographical map that you can sort. There's more to it than that. For you guys on YouTube, you can type in *TOTK MAP and you'll get the same thing. Alternatively, you can also type in *commands and it'll list the commands for you, or there'll be a timer. There will be a timed message that goes off. I think I have it set to be within the half hour or within 20 minutes. I know that's set that way for folks on Twitch so that you guys can, you guys don't have to try to remember commands. You just have to remember the one that fetches all the other commands for you. It's like, I wonder if it's like, it can't be under. It has to be here. It has to be here, because under here is the chasm, and we don't want to be there in the chasm. I guess I'm just a tad bit confused. So unless it's like underneath, it is not actually on the castle. It's like back down on the first floor. Let me take a look at the coordinate. What's the coordinate for this? -282, 182, 1125. That would imply... yeah, out there is nothing but malice. Right? 182. Yeah, because those are our relative coordinates. 1125, 345. Yeah, this one's underneath. This one's underneath. Okay. So what about this other one then? Yeah, they're both underneath the castle. Okay, okay. I'm glad I figured that out. So then I'm not going to remark those until after we're done with the sanctum. Okay, what else? Then there's definitely one here, which had better not be at a different Y coordinate, or we're going to end up going into the chasm. It better not be the case. We've marked that one. The only other one left to mark is on a different floor. Okay, let's go into the sanctum then. Exit. Where's the next one? right there. If I could just get it precisely. Okay, cool. I'm willing to bet at least... I know the last time in Breath of the Wild when we were collecting Koroks around the castle, there was definitely one... There was definitely one at the top of the sanctum, like past the bell tower. I'm gonna hope that's not the same thing again. One of these is for sure. Huh. Okay. Okay, there's the shaft. I remember. Wow, I'm so... I thought they would restrict this to, like, flat vertical surfaces. This is really impressive that they thought of sloped surfaces when doing this. Okay. I just thought I would try that. The last time it was a balloon, it was a balloon tucked behind the bell. Now it's actually just straight up the bell, which is cool, I guess. What do we have in here? Royal Guard Spear, a prototype spear wielded by knights. It's made from a special metal with low durability, but which yields massive destructive power just before it breaks. Let's destroy. Ooh, do I want to destroy anything? Maybe the rock hammer, and then drop this. And then maybe drop so I can take a nice, good old picture of it. Neat. So what I've learned essentially is that the sticks are more valuable when put on top of the spear. The more absurd solution is in fact the correct solution. Up through here. And now we just climb. We're gonna take our time with this because we do move faster. Oh, hello. What is this? Link, do not. Is that just the bow of light randomly lying around? It is the dusk bow. Hey there, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Good to see you, good sir. How are you doing? In both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks for coming by early. You're very welcome, Mr. Sizzling Seal. You're very welcome. I came in on the tail end of Satisfactory, I think it was. How was the rest of Satisfactory? I'm gonna save this to the album before I forget. Did I get like a random bow I'm not supposed to have? A bow that... let's not bite my tongue. A bow that has been in the royal family for ages, said to have been used by a princess who fought beasts of twilight. It forcefully fires long-range arrows. I was not expecting that. Wait a minute. Dusk bow. That's an amiibo item. Yeah, you get that from the, you get that from, it's not the Wolf amiibo. It's like the Twilight Princess Link amiibo. It's one of those. Sizzling Seal says, it was fun. Awesome. Good. You have so many Korok seeds now. Oh, just wait. We haven't even hit triple digits yet. But 73 is pretty impressive, all things considered, huh? It is the Twilight Bow that comes from the amiibo. Link, buddy, I need you to, like, work with me. Climbing base game all over again, right from the beginning. Tedium. I'm like, Ascend has spoiled my tolerance of climbing a little bit more, not gonna lie. Okay, we can stand on this. Good. But yeah, I remember reading about the amiibo gear because I knew it was gonna be in Tears of the Kingdom. Plus, NK and other people flat out told me this stuff is in Tears of the Kingdom. So I thought I would, you know, let me not do that. Let me climb down quick. I like climbing too. Well, I like watching people climb. My fat butt couldn't climb if it wanted to, but, okay, can we... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I mean, if you don't have the stamina to manage, it's boring, of course. Yeah, well, I enjoy watching people do it. Real life climbing is something I got made fun of in gym classes in school for being unable to do. But I respect the sport a great deal. As for the game, well, you know, when you start the game with full bars of stamina and then all of a sudden you go back to one wheel of stamina and very little room for error, you know, it can take a while to get used to that. What we in the World of Warcraft community would sometimes call power compression, or squishing of stats. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there would be, every so often, the numbers in World of Warcraft would get too high. That's an MMORPG, for those who are, like, not in the know. Let me just orient myself this way. And this was pretty famous for happening in Cataclysm. That's the first expansion to, like, reference this, where they compressed the stats back down, and then afterwards they would repeatedly have to squish the stats back down. They still squish them back down. I believe the current expansion is the War Within, which was like after Dragonflight, and you know, the stat squishing probably happened there as well. Wild stuff. And why would they squish numbers? It's a computer game with servers. Well, if you run out of space, what are you left with? If you run out of space on the server, what are you going to do? You're going to find ways to save on space. And the easiest way to do that, of course, is to compress the numbers back down to a point where the server can compute them. Now, one other thing before I get carried away, is that 5-minute warning you guys heard was for shilling and for the advertisement break, the commercial break that'll be coming up. First, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me so far. Much appreciated. While I figure out, you know, where all these blasted Korok seeds are. What are the Y coordinates on these? You guys have been amazing. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the coordinates for that. Negative 254? That's the X coordinate. It's the... Okay, it's like the Z coordinate that's off. Makes sense. We take commercial breaks around here. They last 3 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen. All the commercial breaks are scripted. As soon as we're finished with hitting the microphone and other things, you know, then the timer winks out. You know, we'll get right back to the gaming like the commercial, like the alert already said. Additionally, I'm going to use this time to say, if you guys like this content and hadn't done so before, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel, help it grow. Please also consider turning on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on the content either. I also have a Discord server, which you guys can join. I'll punch that in now. Mr. Fernandez, hi. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. I will definitely comment on that, on those two statements you just made after the commercial break. You came in right at the top of the hour, or when the top of the hour is about to turn. So I'm not going to have time to comment without being cut off. However, once the 3 minutes have passed, I will be more than happy to come back and read that. With that, everybody, you know, see you after the commercial break. My apologies about that, everybody. I am back. I was fiddling around with Firebot and trying to get it to reflect the time accurately. It's got like a 7-8 second delay on it. I do not know why it's like that. So the timer was basically almost 10 seconds off from when the Twitch advertisements would be done playing. I've been trying to fix that for like the past week. No luck. I'm not sure why it's back to being on a delay after I've put in a delay, but I might have to like redo the command in its entirety. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's one of those. Maybe I need to set the OBS to be a certain, like the OBS source it's attached to be a certain way as well. I'm really not sure. I'll get to the bottom of it though. Let me catch up on comments here and then we will keep moving. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, thank you so much for being patient with me, assuming you're still here. You know a glitch should duplicate items. You only need a bow, a shield, a 3 of the material you want to duplicate. Anything more? You have 100 diamonds now. A bow, a shield, and 3 of the material. That sounds like an old... that either feels like Breath of the Wild. Hold on. I'm not like trying to parse this glitch. Because I remember a duplication glitch like that, you know, being talked about in Breath of the Wild. But the only thing that comes to mind is like the inventory duping. In your inventory, you must have one unit of food down for the 1 unit of food. The material you want to duplicate. Press Z. Okay, so the fact that there's fuse here tells me it's Tears of the Kingdom. Press ZR, fuse the duplicating material, eat the food without leaving the menu. Interesting. That feels like an old glitch, because the one that NK showed me on Discord was, there definitely was some item duping there, but you got at most like 4 or 5 units at a time. Maybe it's the same glitch, just done differently. Not sure. NK says, cool. When you got 121 rubies and 13,000 rupees doing it. That's nice. More power to folks if they want a glitch. That is absolutely fine. I'm pretty sure our lovely rock friend is down here. Yeah. When you know, you know. Okay, what do we have left? I think just one's on the outer ring or, you know, below the castle. No, there's like 2 that are over here. Okay, let's work toward getting those next. And then we can get off of the castle for a while. Because I do feel like if I continue getting weapons here, I'm gonna break the game. Because I don't think I'm necessarily intended to be here yet. This feels like my first Breath of the Wild stream all over again. I remember those days. I went to Hyrule Castle not super early, but basically as soon as I had like 1.5 to 2 stamina wheels, I went to Hyrule Castle and absolutely broke the ever-living lights out of the mid to late game, or I should say the mid game, because obviously I stopped before continuing past the mid game. And I don't think so. You gonna... What are you doing? Oh, I know what they were doing. No wonder they looked weird. They were doing the bob and weave, everybody. They were actually making a solid attempt at dodging me. Neat. Long stick. Okay. All right, Mr. Lizalthos. Got the blue one. It's the mob one we didn't take a picture of. No, you stop. Bye. Girl, bye, is what I got to say about that. Well, please don't tell me this is below... Let's see, negative 52, 382, 971, 382. What could be a 382? That's like the... Oh. That's the coordinates on this are not misleading, but they feel a bit off. Okay, it's probably like this. Yay! Okay, neat. Let's find a way to get back up here where we should be. That is not what I wanted to happen. That is definitely for sure. Wow, I gotta watch where I step. How many? Here's a question I can ask folks if they feel up to being chatty. Anyone else, you know, have a habit of falling into pits? I have had the express habit of falling into quite a few pits in Breath of the Wild, and it's looking to be the same in Tears of the Kingdom. But I've also fallen into pits in real life too. That's some scary stuff. I kid you not. When I used to be a Boy Scout, back when they were called, you know, the actual Boy Scouts of America, and not just the Scouts of America, when it was a boys exclusive organization. And, well, how do I word this? One night, we were doing we had gone out to a campsite to initiate the transformation of Cub Scouts into Tiger Scouts. I was going to be a Tiger Scout that day. I still ended up being a Tiger Scout that day, but near the campsite there was a patch. Like, how do I describe it? It was like we were on like a hill, and there was this hole that was filled with a huge briar patch. Yeah, I fell into that. You know, legs and all covered in briars. I remember my mom and I spent no less than like a couple hours plucking out every briar we could. Or rather, she was doing that. I was busy being a baby and like crying about it. Because of course I would be. A shield issued to the Hyrulean royal family's immediate guard detail. It boasts a high defense, but these days it's more of a collector's item due to its ornamentation. Go ahead and drop that. Take a nice picture. That's a nice, you know, pristine shield. Serve us really well, by the way. A bow designed for armed conflict inflicts more damage than a civilian bow, but it will still burn if it touches fire. Okay, we are filled in on bows. I guess let's be careful. This feels like a fairy light scenario, not gonna lie. But yeah, I guess that's a little known fact about me. I used to be a Boy Scout. Trying to remember when that was exactly. Was that North Carolina? Might have been. I've been in a fair few states along the east coast of the U.S. I spent a lot of time in North Carolina. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that was elementary school age. Yep. Memories come back a little bit. The most distinct thing I did was sell popcorn and make a wooden race car. And race them down ramps for some reason or another. Okay. Marked. What do we have left? Okay, so now we have the ones here. Edit pin. Let's use that one and that one. We have one more than the then we have pins. One. So that looks to be 2. And 3. And there's one right like past here, I think. Yeah, it's like here. There's like a shrine over there too. I saw it earlier when we were climbing. Aha! That was easy. Okay, so I'm gonna remove that pin. And instead, I'm now gonna mark the remaining one over here. It's like off over here somewhere. And then we should be finished. There shouldn't be anything left other than like snapping pictures of enemies or whatever. That might be stuff we have to do. Okay. I don't think you'd dive in that. So what's the deal? Oh, I see it. It's down there. Is that 8? That is 80, everybody. We are 20 away from we are 20 away from hitting triple digits. That's gonna be a nice milestone. Oh, what am I doing? Ascend, buddy, ascend. Use the thing that feels like a cheat but actually isn't. I am so Breath of the Wild pilled. It's not funny. Someday, if we complete enough shrines and we turn in enough... What on earth? Yeah, if we turn in enough shrines, we'll turn in enough, not shrines. We complete enough shrines and turn in enough, light of blessings. We should be able to, like, get... There's another rock there. Is it just one of those go to the other side bits? No, it's not. I mean, the rock is there. We have to approach it from the underside. Is that what's gotta happen? Yeah, that's it. We have to go into the one of the spots. We got to find a way to get in here. Maybe down south there's a way in. You know, assuming that the guards are not still gonna guard the spot. That is so asinine. Why would you guard the castle? Please tell me they're all still out fighting that, like, that group of enemies, you know, the next region down south that we'll be heading to. There's the observation room. That grate is liftable. Oh, but is this is the hidden passage. I'll take that, thank you very much. Snappies. Very, very much snappies. Snap all of it. A giant boomerang, a massive boomerang that is weathered and decayed. It was originally used for hunting, but it can be a challenge to wield. Thrown well, it will come back to the thrower. Oh, we also haven't taken a picture of this yet, apparently. Let's do that. Giant boomerang. Giant boomerang, meet regular boomerang. The most absurd nonsense. A recurve boomerang? Is that what we're gonna call it? You know, like a recurve bow? Black the Coplin? That'll be enough of that, thank you very much. Wow, creatures have different kinds of horns. You know, I thought this is going to be cookie cutter. This is less cookie cutter than I thought. It's nice that they have these interesting and unique horns. A vicious three-pronged horn, along with text we've already seen like 50 times. That's cool. Anything in here we've not yet taken a picture of? Oh yes, lots. A smorgasbord of just things we've not taken pictures of. Alien shroom. Palm fruit. I believe the bananas and the fleet lotus seeds are the two that are left here. This fruit grows mainly in tropical forests of the Faran region. When it's used as an ingredient, the resulting dish will temporarily increase your attack power. The plant that bears these seeds grows near deep water. The roots draw nutrients from the water, which boosts your movement speed when the seeds are cooked into a dish. Yeah, lotus root can actually be pretty tasty. I think I remember having a bag of lotus roots that I bought exactly once. They were kind of bland, but they weren't terrible. And you know, they smelled really nice. I've also had dried oyster mushrooms. Same deal. Bit bland. The taste. Not the taste, the smell. Dried, earthy ingredients smell really good. Fruit from palm trees that grows near the ocean. It doesn't offer any special effects, but will increase your heart recovery when used as an ingredient. The cap of this mushroom is very hard.
Me not that kind of orc.
Okay, now that I have gotten the silly out of the way, use it when cooking to prepare a dish that increases your defense. Years of going unpicked have allowed this hardy truffle to grow quite large. When cooked into a dish, it'll restore all hearts and temporarily increase your maximum hearts. We want to save this like our life depends on it. How did I not spot this? So I made some pasta hodgepodge today. I put a picture of it in the Discord server. I made some pasta hodgepodge. And I say hodgepodge because it has at least two different kinds of pasta in it. It's got the ridged penne pasta, and it's got some Elba macaroni in it, along with a heavy cream sauce that has a can of crushed tomatoes, and the rest of the pesto that I had bought days ago, as well as some, did I say heavy cream? Yeah, I did say heavy cream. Like some cream sauce, along with some grated Parmesan cheese, and some sun-dried tomatoes. Garlic, red pepper flakes, olive oil. I made a really rich, salty, tangy sauce. It's really good. I'm getting better at being able to make my own sauce. Granted, I have to work on the ingredient control, but honestly, I was just using what I had in the pantry before it went bad. Has anyone else here ever cooked a dish where it was just kind of a la a series of unfortunate events? You were just literally making do with what you have on hand. This could even include those memes of like pizza. Here's a tomato reduction on bread. It points to the ketchup sandwich that was made earlier. A fruit that grows in cold, snowy regions known for its tangy, sweet flavor. It doesn't offer any special effects, but it's a popular cooking ingredient. Gimme what you got in the larders. Let's see. Now decayed, this halberd was made for the Knights of Hyrule. It reflects their courage in defending the kingdom. It can yield powerful attacks when you're down to your last heart. I'm gonna drop this because I'm quite sure I'm gonna have to take pictures. You get into a ritual with games like this. You really do. Oh, also, I guess I should think about this. Destroy fused material. Drop the stick. Get the halberd. Fuse the wooden stick to the halberd. Oh, this definitely feels like cheating. That feels like super cheating. Soldier's bow. Yep, we've already found that, so I'll just drop that one and replace it with the one with this one. Link, what you doing, bud? Do I literally have to? Oh my god, this is like you know, old Elix was like this. I used to do a series called, I used to do a Let's Play on Elix, made by Piranha Bytes, and published by, what is it, Silverfish? Yeah, like German game devs, and oh my goodness, if you did not face the container you were opening, you did not open it. Period. All right, so we need to make our way over here. So maybe further down will do it. No, I don't want to do that. Peace eyeball. Yep, absolutely. So now we can take a picture of like specific individual fusible materials. Okay, let's go through here, and I'm gonna trust there's a way toward... Yeah, that looks like exactly where we're going. Black Horriblin. Not just any Horriblin. A black one. A super strong one. You're getting, like, that super heavy-duty... Yeah, I'm not letting you do that. What kind of a bulbous shape is that? No, delete that. Oh, so you can just snap the individual components if they're both things that could go into the compendium? That is actually really neat. I bet you could probably even, you know, unfuse. Nah, you can't do that. That would have been super cute. All right, what we got in here, though? Soldier spear, although now decayed, this lightweight metal spear was made for royal soldiers. Right, we've already read this, so we're going to drop the knight's halberd, drop this, and take a picture. Take the knight's... Oh, we can actually fuse the, like, long stick to it. Grab this, destroy the fused material, drop the stick, pick up the halberd, put on a stick. That's like, that is so strange that that's how this works. I really don't think the devs intended for you to, like, do that. Okay, now we're headed up and out. Yep, sure is. Really? But you can grab this. What's the deal? But you can grab this. What's the deal? All right. Has to be like a flat thing with like a huge, there you go, something like that. Can I wonder, I don't think this is gonna work because it seems too heavy, but I'm wondering if I put down a fan. Ooh, I need like something flat. Oh, yeah, like a barrel that I, smashed. Oh, you actually straight up can't grab it. Okay, so this is like a grate you can find on the surface. All right. Well, that out of the way. Let's go back through the... Wow. Why is what the fox say more points than destroy commentary? Because, making me not say something specific makes me have to rewire my brain for 5 minutes. Out of those options, it is the more disruptive option from a commentary standpoint, because it can take me, for example, Axel liked to do this while she was here. Axel would come in and say, I can't use the word I in any of my sentences. And that's like in 90% of my sentences. Or like not, it doesn't necessarily start with I, but I have an I thrown in there somewhere. And I can't even say the word I, like eyeball, unless I make it clear that I'm talking about eyeball and I'm not using it as an excuse to say I instead. You see what I'm saying? You have to go through a lot more mental hoops to not say something specific, as opposed to me shutting up for 5 minutes. The timer's there either way, but I mean, all I do is mute my mic and you guys enjoy nice Tears of the Kingdom ASMR. Whereas with What the Fox Didn't Say, I have to... This could be bad. With What the Fox Didn't Say, I have to like rewire my brain on top of other stuff. There we go. Really? If I were better at that, I could like... If I were better at being able to come up with words on the fly or like find substitutions for words real quick, I'd probably just average the two prices and make them identical. But that's not where my mouth is at the moment. And because it's not where my mouth is, like it's not the skill level I have with my mouth, well, it's easier if people shut me up for 5 minutes. There are a lot of small reasons, internal reasons for why it's set the way it is. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna drop this and grab that. And we might as well snap a picture of that before we get carried away. All right, so I've been trying to find this Korok seed for a bit. It's like over here. We're headed toward the passageways, but I don't think it's necessarily correct that I do this. What's this? Deep beneath this land, our mighty first ruler imprisoned the Demon King. To ensure the king's magic would hold, we erected a castle here to protect this sacred site. Without the castle in place, the site may be disturbed, allowing the Demon King's hatred and rage to be revived. The preservation of this castle is therefore tied to the prosperity of the kingdom. May it watch over an eternal peace. Man, when you really do just be putting civilizations on top of each other and going, I sure hope people don't go poking around in the ruins. Tee. Sure would be bad if that happened. I wonder... Can we blow the... Oh, we can. We totally can. But I'm so torn. I want to explore, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to be doing this. Pebblets? Stone pebblets. I definitely feel I have gone off script. I am going to... What on earth is this? Is this just random zonite ore that you can find lying around? Not really, but you can break through the rocks. What did I just stumble into? Luminous stone. This mysterious stone mineral gives off a pale blue glow in the dark, which some believe to be souls of the dead. Apparently, this stone can be used as a base to make special clothing. I'm getting out of here before I get swept up in something that I should not be getting swept up in. Let's get out of here. I get the feeling this is just an alternate path to like the Hyrule Castle chasm, and I don't want to be there. Like, really ever at all. Alright, so what other passage would get me to the guardhouse? Because I've spent like 20 minutes trying to get this particular Korok seed. And for no other reason other than, you know, like, as part of the full completion experience. Let's not do that. We can keep going. Up and up and up. Man, the royals really do know how to, Oh, hello, diamond, the most precious ore one can find. Its signature sparkle has charmed Hyruleans for generations. As such, it has sold for a very high price since ancient times. Ironically, if diamond were that rare in the real world, If diamond were rare like that in the real world, its commanding price would make sense, but it's literally just cartels in Africa setting the price. not get too ahead of ourselves. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, not good. Careful. I see you down there. Oh no, that would have been bad. What the heck was he holding his bum for? Like, I heard whimpering. Did the Horriblin stab himself on something? Or do they just act like that when you shoot them down from the ceiling? I have no idea which is what. But what I do know with absolute certainty is we're gonna take this lovely thing and we're going to drop. Where did I spot it? Right here. This lovely thing. And we're going to keep making really decent weapons so that we don't have to worry about this. All right. I want to say this Korok seed is probably reachable if I go through here. Like somewhere there's going to be an opening on this side. Well, would you look at that? Oh, this is what that was earlier. Okay. Let's see what's up here then. We're close. We're close. If I can just figure out how to, like... If I could just figure out, like, this precise spot, we'd be okay. Maybe here. Maybe here. Let's try. Close. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Okay, this gives me a chance to check out a different or perhaps alternative way of doing things. Like a patch right here, isn't there? We've heard this twice. I think that's enough. Okay, there was a hatch somewhere. Maybe the hatch is the madness and insanity we gained along the way. I jest, but still, one can't really quite help but wonder, you know. The verticality of levels can sometimes make them extra confusing. Okay, it's definitely this one. I wonder if we can go this way now. Because there was a passage under here that was being guarded before. Yeah, we sure can. Wait, can we... Is this a fake wall? Hey there, Clara Ann. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. You have come in just in time. We're getting a particularly precocious Korok seed. There's one that's underneath the bridge, and we have to find our way to it. It's this one right here. No problem, Clara Ann. Absolutely. I'm willing to bet we just literally pop out from under here. Let's see. But what is your level, if you don't mind my asking, Clara Ann, what is your level of familiarity with Breath of the Wild? My gameplay is very interesting. Thank you. Let's not do that. Stick, claymore, stick, spear. There we go. Weren't these... Oh, right, a blood moon just happened. Drop down, then. Level? Sorry, I'll qualify that a bit more. What I meant by level of familiarity is, you know, what is your experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a fresh game you've never heard of before? Or is it something that you've beaten or have played through a good chunk of? A lot of people that have come through here lately have beaten the game multiple times over. So they've given me a lot of tips and tricks and stuff. So I'm just curious what your experience with Tears of the Kingdom is. That's all. Because this, while this is my first time playing Tears of the Kingdom, I am a Breath of the Wild veteran. I beat the game with 99.42% completion about 2 weeks ago. So we moved right on over to Tears of the Kingdom. Let's be extra careful. You gonna jump down? Probably not. Ah, that's what it is. They fall on their hiney and then they whimper for a while. I mean, hey, we can at least replace the horns we're using. That's fine. Okay, so it's like... I need a way to get over here. And I don't know how to do that. Maybe I need to go further. You know, it's one of those go further away to go forward. I might need to look up this particular Korok seed, so, you know, I don't waste a whole bunch of time continuing to try to hunt something. I might do that just to save us some time. Oh, hello there. Bermano, what are you doing here? Aren't you a cook, good sir? Oh, hey there. I see I'm not the only one who thought it was worth the trek to come here. You must really appreciate good cooking if you're willing to sneak into the Hyrule Castle dining hall. This place is loaded with recipes I couldn't have dreamed up myself. It's all so inspiring. I came all this way to find a special recipe so I can treat everyone back at Lookout Landing. Nothing lifts the spirits like delicious food. Too true, good sir. So, this here is meant to teach you... I'll take a picture of it for easy reference. for those who are perhaps not in the know, if you've been to the stables in Breath of the Wild, they had these plastered, on the walls. They would be recipe cards. You would quite literally, just seed ingredients, and you would have to try to make it. You'd have to remember the recipe. Clara Ann says, I've heard a bit about the game, but you haven't played it yet. You definitely should. It's a really nice game. Tears of the Kingdom will treat you right. Promise. Clara Ann wants to ask something. Sure, Clara, go right ahead. And while that's happening, I definitely feel like I'm not going the correct direction. Okay, what gives with this Korok seed, man? I really want to know. When did I start streaming? Oh, long time ago. I was 23 when I started. I'm pretty wait a sec. No, it would have been right around 2017. I was a console streamer then. But I would say I officially got into my swing on streaming around 2019. That's when I actually moved to being able to stream on a computer and everything. Why ask? If and you don't mind my asking. Okay. So it's like... It's definitely here. This is the spot. How do I get around to that spot? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That is my cue to do the major shilling for this stream. I want to thank everyone so much for being here so far. I greatly appreciate the company. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the, help the channel grow. And of course, you guys being here, even without having done that, is more than sufficient for you. Or more than sufficient for me, excuse me. But if you guys do feel like being financially supportive, I do have a number of avenues available for this for you guys on Twitch. I have, most of it is baked into Twitch itself, the bits, the subscriptions, and all that. But there are also some more things you can find both in the link tree and in the donations panel. Underneath the donations panel in the About Me section. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend... I am going to recommend that you check out the description for the link tree. I have a Patreon and Coffee. Both of them are set up. Both of them have the exact same cost. Both of them have semi-exclusive content that I ship there. I haven't shipped for a while, but I'm gonna start shipping there again real soon. Trying to think if there's anything else. No, that's a shilling. Again, of course, you guys being here is more than enough. But I thought I would make sure I pointed out these things in case you're interested. Clara on Twitch is saying, or is asking, you're just asking because you love the streaming. You're like, pro player? Thanks. I'm definitely not a pro at this game, but I do appreciate you, flattering me. Flattering people does kind of open a lot of doors. Where am I from, by the way? Let's see. The two-state area in the Georgia, South Carolina part to the U.S. That is as comfortable as I am talking about it. I have had people attempt to hack friends before. I do not want that experience repeated. And so anytime someone asks me something like that, that is usually what I say is I'm in that general two-state area and have been for like a while. Oh, nice. Thank you. For your own security, because this is the modern era, I of course am not going to ask that question back as I would with most questions. I want people to be safe. And unfortunately, people dox all the time, every which way. And, you know, I don't even have to have some fancy arbitrary rule for people to do this. They can just do it anyway. It's like, it's actually not here. It's like right under this bridge. It's like exactly under this bridge. Let me put a pin there. Which game is my favorite? Ooh, good question. I always have a tough time with that. I suppose if I am being, you know, 100% honest, series agnostic, I would say, I would definitely say Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. I'm a Nintendo fanboy. What can I say? But if your question was more geared toward which Zelda game is my favorite, then it would be Skyward Sword. I have nostalgia for that game. Before I get too carried away, there was the warning earlier. That was the 5-minute warning for at like the advertising break. We take an advertising break for people on Twitch, so there's not a whole bunch of pre-roll that you guys have to deal with. Makes the viewing experience suck. All my commercial breaks are scripted. There will be a timer on the screen, and the screen will switch and everything. Those last for 3 minutes. I walk away from my desk, and I encourage other people to also walk away from their desks or their phones or what have you. Go stretch, grab a snack, what have you. And as soon as that timer, you know, fizzles out, I'm back at my desk, and we can continue the gaming. I just wanted to get that out there before the break occurred, which should be in 2 seconds. Speaking of, see you guys after the break.
Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Unfortunately, I have not managed to find this particularly gnarly Korok seed. That just hasn't happened. I got caught up in a logistical discussion, which knocked out about a minute. I would say about a minute of me being able to look up where or how to get to this particular Korok seed. So I might have to look it up actually live, and the stream frame rate might take a nosedive while I'm doing this. That said, I'm going to get away from this bridge, or actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a stamp here, because those don't dissipate, unlike pins. And I am going to go find the other remaining Korok seeds. And, you know, somewhere along the way, we'll take a break with the shrine. After that shrine, I will go ahead and, you know, look up the Korok seed. Because that particular one under the bridge is brutal. Let me make sure I haven't missed any messages. Nothing on YouTube and nothing on Twitch. Good, good. I always worry about that in the back of my mind, you know. I worry about, while I'm gone, someone will raid me. And thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Much appreciated. I keep the follow alerts anonymous, so that people don't get freaked out. But, I do hope you enjoyed the lovely emotes that come along with that. Hey there, Mr. Michael DS. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Yep, good afternoon to you. You've come in just in time. I am getting some Korok seeds before we move on to the two chasms that I alluded to in the Discord chat, as well as what happened in the last stream. How are things in your little slice of terra firma, if you don't mind my asking? Okay, so this one is like, if I move out, like over here, is it like underneath? It's like on the edge. I'm looking for a pinwheel, it looks like. I hear a pinwheel. What am I hearing? Aha! So that explains our pinwheel. Okay. Let me read the chat and then I'll continue moving. Clara asks, may I know what's the story behind my name? Sure. So it's really not deep. When I was a 14-year-old boy, my dad gave me a copy of the original World of Warcraft MMORPG game. Like that box. He gave me a box of that particular computer game for my birthday. And I had to go through a bunch of names when trying to make my account for that, like 19 years ago. I'm 33 now. I was 14 back then. And eventually I just tried making an abstract compound word, and that's where the name came from. Now, the full original name has a 180 attached to it, so it would have read Coinstamp 180, like that would have been the Blizzard account name and everything. But over time, the name has become so synonymous with me that I have attempted and have succeeded on a number of occasions to remove the number from my name. So at this point, it's been Coinstamp for a long time. It is only recently only recently, within the past 2 years, has my YouTube channel also matched that name. It used to be Swirling Vortex 09. Now it's just Coin Stamp all the way across. Super happy about that, because that's a huge boost in branding. Really, truly. Michael DS says, I'm good, and yourself? I'm doing fine. I made a pot full of pasta hodgepodge, and which was a tad bit spicy, but you know, my fault for putting in the pepper flakes. It's more like an after punch on the pasta than anything. Like the bite doesn't hit you until after you've eaten it all. And I've had a cup of coffee, and I woke up late. I woke up a little bit late, but waking up late is fine because I did all of the prep that I was supposed to do for today's stream yesterday at about 7 o'clock at night. So I'm feeling pretty good. Long story short. Thank you for asking, Mr. Michael Diaz. Mr. Michael Diaz says, I just finished testing my old PC before announcing it to sell. Cool, cool. But your old PSU is not holding the PC when you open a game? Ah, that could be a problem. Now you have to buy another one just to sell the PC. Yep, that's how it works. It's called refurbishing. I hope the refurbishing doesn't eat too much out of your profits, good sir. Clara N says, by the way, my name suits me really well. Thank you. Thank you. As I said, flattery will get you everywhere. But, yeah, it's really not a deep name. The origin of the name is certainly not that deep. Now, the history of the name is another thing entirely. That's not what I... Actually, oh, the shock like is just like that, period. The history of the name is a different thing. I used to be a raider in the same MMORPG I mentioned earlier. And let's just say it has a long cycle of internet bullying, unrealistic expectations, and a whole bunch of secret keeping associated with the name. Do I plan to keep streaming consistently? Yeah, as far as I know. Unless, what is the deal with this? I, can't do anything with this. I guess for now, let's maybe try to get out of here. Sure. We don't need to be there anyway. Game, you're gonna have to learn I'm not in combat now. Thank you. But I do intend to stream consistently. For those that are not familiar with my schedule, I'm located in the Eastern Daylight Time Zone, so I stream 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time / Eastern Standard Time, depending on whether Daylight Savings is active or not. And I go for 4 hours. So I stream from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. That wasn't always the case, but, you know, while I'm down on my luck, in real life, I can stream a lot. And I should have been doing that from the very beginning. But real life comes first in any and all of its myriad forms. Clara asks, am I doing it full time or just for fun? Well, I suppose by my own admission, I'm doing it full time. I mean, I take the weekends off, but, I either pray on Sunday. I don't attend church, but I do pray. I do meditate. So I like having that day to myself. And then Saturdays, usually it lines up that I either have a client job that starts or ends on a Saturday, or I end up hanging out with friends on Saturdays. So I like to keep my Saturdays open. Honestly, if I didn't have either of that stuff going on, I maybe would stream every day. Because streaming every day is how you get recognition on this platform. But that's neither here nor there. Michael DS says, you bought one new cooler kit to your main PC and you can use your old kit on your old PC. It's a little work, but it's the only way to sell your old PC. That makes sense. That certainly makes sense. That was a complete miss of the mark. Real cool. Do I stream after work, Clara says, or is it part of my main routine? I would describe it as contextual. I know, a non-committal answer from me. That should be a sticker shock to no one. But if I'm not doing a client job, then it's my main routine. I wake up Monday through Friday. You know, sometimes I'll have I'll prep the thumbnail the day before. Sometimes I'll wake up early in the morning and prep that day's thumbnail, what have you. I'll go through the whole ritual of getting ready for stream, and then I'll stream. Sometimes it takes a backseat to my client work. For those who don't know, or it's been a while since I've last talked about it, I house sit for a living. I do housekeeping. I also manage and maintain other people's pets at their houses. That's something I do. I'll feed them, bathe them, walk them if asked, and even, you know, give them their meds if that's what I need to do. Okay, so I've got this one. It's this other one I don't have. Negative 297. 119, 1119. So let me get back over to that pin location. Means you're doing work as a freelancer, am I right? Yeah, more or less. Under the states in which I live, it would be considered gig work. So gig work has like its own tax rules and everything. If I make over a certain amount, gotta claim it on taxes, etc., etc. But yes, I am a freelancer. In addition to that, I'm also working on my own novella, excuse me. I got a bunch of side hustles I'm doing. It's probably the best way I would describe my work. I'm freelancing and hustling in the meantime. Now, I don't want to mention too much about the novella that I am working on, because I'm in the world building step, so things can change, but it is definitely a process. Hopefully, at some point, it'll get finished, and then people will be interested. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to... yeah, doing this doesn't do anything. So it's... Oh, I got that seed, not... I marked off the wrong one. Wait, what? Okay, no, I got the correct seed on the map. It's a different one. Is there a ring under there somewhere? So what do I work to living there? Like what services am I providing? So housekeeping, there's a few things involved. It's actually a broader umbrella of jobs. It can be anything from tutoring children to watching children, watching pets, house security, like house cleaning, things like that. My particular the particular services I provide to clients are that I maintain like house security. So, you know, if I'm asked to stay there overnight, I have a flat rate set up and everything per night. I've had a couple of long-term clients that's pretty much the arrangement. Every time they're gone from the house for a weekend trip or business meeting, I'm watching that house, providing security, so on. I lock the house, check the mail. I clean the house, clean up after myself. A whole bunch of other like subtasks. It's like I'm living in that house while they're gone, so that nothing bad happens. Like the bad things happening if I'm being klutzy or something. And then the other thing I do is that if the owners have pets, mainly dogs, I'm not as gifted or skilled with cats. I'm more of a dog person. I'll feed them, bathe them, walk them, and so on. Again, depending on what the client asks of me. I also sometimes, instead of doing like residential, or residential's the wrong word. Instead of doing overnight housekeeping, sometimes I'll just be asked to come in for an hour and do something. So I can also do stuff like that. Mainly, the hourly stuff is usually in regard to people's pets, not in regard to their house. But it wouldn't be unheard of for someone to, say, hire a housekeeper for an hour. Yeah, okay, so it's through here. Yeah, so I need to, like, do a proper swan dive. I'm sorry, what's going on? That's cool. Thank you. Thank you, Clara. On Mal, welcome on in. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. As you can see, we are working on rounding up the last few Korok seeds in central Hyrule, including the castle. And then, after we do that in the shrines, my next stop is going to be the 2 chasms we had a tough time figuring out yesterday. But how are things in your little slice of terra firma, as I like to call it? Clara goes on to ask, will I provide the accounts of the e-commerce platform like Amazon to the service provider? I hate to ask this, but would you mind qualifying that question for me or clearing it up? What do you mean? Do you mean, are you asking if I also technically work for Amazon, or I'm not following? Sorry. And while that's going on, we can round up these last Koroks. Okay, so when it says dive on the map, I should be looking for a ring nearby in that location. All right. Okay, and I believe... Oh, that's like too far. Yeah, that's like a little bit too far. No problem. No problem at all, Claire. I just wasn't sure of what the question was saying. That's all. Claire says, do I have any goals for streaming this year? Become a bigger content creator, honestly, is the answer. I multi-stream to Twitch and YouTube, so, we do have people on YouTube. I don't have the icons labeled, but I promise you there are people on both platforms. If you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free. And all of that, knock on wood, Twitch isn't hearing this and going, hey, Buster, you can't be talking about other platforms on our platform, because YouTube is not someone they have competition with, but you never know. Let's see. On YouTube, I'll be approaching 100 subscribers sometime within the next 1 to 2 month period. That'll be good. I want to get bigger on that platform. And then on Twitch, I don't know, maybe 500 subscribers? Not subscribers. Oh God, no, not 500 subscribers. That's way too many at this stage of the game. Like at least 500 or like 1,000 followers is like my goal. And if I can have a few of those become subs, that's great. But that is not the goal. The goal is just channel growth. And maybe hopefully the other thing I really want to do with streaming this year is once we finish Tears of the Kingdom, it's my hope that people will allow me the streamer's choice option for when we go to vote on the next game being played, so that I can do the other thing I'm known for, which is challenge running. I am an off-again, on-again challenge runner for Elden Ring Reforged. I also have been a Soulsborne challenge runner in general. That's something else I've done. I am known for the Dark Souls 3 Dark Spells New Game Plus only run. My personal best was a 16-hit record in that game. That means I only got hit 16 times from the start of the game to the end of the game. From the first step to the last boss. All that fun stuff. And I really quite enjoyed that. I would love to get back to doing that. But we got to focus on the current game first. I think that's important. Michael DS says, you changed the sub badge, right? It's a tornado? Yes, but I do not know. I just changed it. Yeah, it may or may not show up yet. You have the 2-month badge? Yeah, it should be there. I just put in the 2-month badge, like last night / this morning. Like I went and worked on it. It's a tornado? Yes, it is. 20. It's not a great sub badge. It is here for you. Okay, so it's OBS that's having issues. That's fine. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy it. You know, feel free to leave me feedback on the sub badge. If you're like, it could use some polish or what have you, you know, that's fine. That's like I wanted to get it in the door, do a little bit of testing, see what everyone's opinion is. 72 by 72 pixels is not a big amount of space. And additionally, the maximum size for a sub badge, the maximum file size is 25 kilobytes. So it kind of has to be simple. Where you have to compress the image to be that small. I don't know how to do the latter, so I did what I could with the former. Clara says, oh wow, that's a great goal. You really enjoyed hearing about it. Thank you. And honestly, I feel like you're going to reach it sooner than you think. Rooting for you. Aw. You, like I said, flattery opens all doors. Thank you very much, Clara. Just keep it up. I will. Looks cool. Very better than the old one. That's for sure. That just made my day. I'm not gonna lie. Both of you made my day. Oh my goodness. That, you know, I hate saying I'm like a traditional man in this regard. I just didn't mark the seed is what it is. But, you know, among social circles, it is often said that if men are complimented, they will hold on to that for like months and months at a time. I'm definitely going to hold on to that for at least a couple of weeks. Thank you. And I'm glad you like the badge, Michael DS. I do want to make a better one, but I want to first get a few more sub badges put in place. Thankfully, now that I know I've got at least one supporter, I can just go ahead and change the background coloring and upload like 5 or 6 more. I'll probably stop. I say 5 or 6. What I should really say is after the 2-month mark, you've got the 3-month mark, the 6-month, the 9-month, and the 12 and the 1 year mark. So I'll probably do like the remaining 3, 6, and 9, and then I'll try to think of something else for the 1 year mark. Oh, we just got this particular seed. I need to mark that. I did mark that on the map. Okay, we can head toward this next one. You have an idea? Oh, there are a couple messages. Clara says, "What's been your favorite moment on stream?" Tough call. That is a tough question. It might be the kill I did of Praetor Rykard. That would be the Elden Ring boss. I played a mod of Elden Ring called Elden Ring Reforged. That's where I did my Deathless Challenge run at. And I remember in the routing that I got my kill on Praetor Rykard using spells that he's half resistant to. I was a younger man back then, but I that is a moment that will live with me for a long time. A lot of those things they should be clips. If not, I'll point them out on the BotW's channel. That's where I've taken to storing like the old highlights since Twitch took that away from us, everybody, because server space and Twitch bleeding money left and right. I might post those on the Discord or post links to them on the Discord server. But I know like the moments are sort of etched in my memory. I won't really ever forget those. Michael DS says you have an idea for the badge. What's up? What's the idea? I'm at least interested to know what it is. Oh hell, it's probably a little bit. It could be in the future a crown that changes in color or shape, or the shape according to the month of the subscription. I've seen, because I have a crown in my profile picture, I could do that. Yes. I've actually not. I'll write that down. Thank you, Mr. Michael DS. Much appreciated. Forgive me, I'm a bit of an older gentleman, so I'm like middle-aged, and writing stuff down helps me remember to not forget about it. Also, I feel like I might have undiagnosed ADHD, which would definitely explain why I'm more forgetful these days. When I was masking that, I could hardly tell, but now that I'm not really doing any kind of psychological masking, I can readily tell when I'm forgetting something. It's really disconcerting. What do I usually do outside of streaming? Prep for streaming. I'm not joking. I guess I'm being a little bit facetious. I wouldn't say I'm not joking, but I am being facetious. So when I'm not doing prep for streaming, because again, I multi-stream to YouTube and Twitch. And on YouTube, I have to make thumbnails for each stream. And I realize I could take the easy way out and just make the same thumbnail, or like make one thumbnail and keep it consistent. But I like to think my unique thumbnails bring in a few more people than I would otherwise have, you know, given just how small I am on YouTube. So I often do make custom thumbnails for each stream, and they can take me anywhere between half an hour to 4+ hours. It just kind of depends on, am I changing the picture for the thumbnail? What edits am I making? Or am I just doing the storyboard thumbnail I did today, where it's the same thumbnail, but I've added a couple of things to it. changed the colors on some things, maybe added 1 or 2 new elements, things like that. Speaking of, this is a great time to talk about if you guys want to see those thumbnails early, your subscriptions, your Patreon and coffee memberships also get you early access to those before everyone else gets to see them, among other things. Also, your names go on the appreciation plaque I read at the beginning of stream, but that's neither here nor there. To actually answer your question of what do I do outside of streaming, I would say I pick a game and I play it. And if I get tired of it, I pick a new one and I play it. When I'm not spending what relaxation time I do have, I am often keeping an eye on the news, whether that be for the sciences, biology news in particular, is always fascinating. Because I'm a former STEM major, these sciences interest me greatly. I just wish my country felt the same way. I mentioned that I spend time with my friends pretty much every 2 Saturdays. We meet twice a month for Dungeons and Dragons, or lately it's been Avatar: The Last Airbender, the tabletop game. And then I suppose outside of that, sleep, maybe try to make a friend here or there, things like that. It's like small stuff. And maybe look out for internship opportunities so I can get out of this rut I'm in. Clara says, oh, so you design your own thumbnails too? That's really inspiring and motivating for me. You handle so much on your own. That's impressive. Thank you. I have a YouTube channel. Let me spit that out for you as soon as I can find it. Oh, you just checked them out. I don't even have to do that. Yeah, they're really clean and eye-catching. Thank you. That means a lot. Now, I am not an artist. I will also go ahead and say that, like, right now. I am not an artist. The most I can do is, Photoshop, use the assistant tool. So I use mouse and keyboard when I make my thumbnails. I don't have a tablet. I have a stylus. I do not have a tablet. So I could not draw even if I wanted to. So I use the assistants to help me make straight lines or circles or other things. Or sometimes I do meticulously sit there and hand draw things. But for the most part, I Photoshop. I'll Photoshop, I'll choose layer styles, I'll do things like that. Like I try to offset my lack of ability to draw with I'll try to offset that with, using the tools that the art program gives me. I use Krita as an open source art program to make everything, even the animated emotes. Let me show you that as well while I'm here. A couple of these I did make myself. I animated those by hand with mouse and keyboard after watching a couple tutorials. I feel really pleased with these. I hope everybody else feels pleased with these. But I'm constantly trying to work on my repertoire of skills for making content. And that when you're a streamer, that sometimes means making your own assets, mainly so you don't continue to be hounded by graphic art design scams. Or things like that. Let me make sure I've caught up with everybody. Hey there, Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm in a good mood. We've been having good conversation. Clara here on Twitch has been asking a lot of questions. I hope I've answered all of them satisfactorily. And we've been getting a few of these dastardly Korok seeds. There's one underneath the bridge by the first gatehouse. I just cannot seem to get a grip on, like, finding. For whatever reason, I can't find the passageway that I need to get under this and collect the seed. So I've been taking a break, you know, collecting all the other Korok seeds that happen to be in central in the Hyrule Castle and stuff like that. That's what you've kind of come in on, Mr. Shiny. Clara says on Twitch says, so you create all your YouTube videos? Yes, I do. I need to get back into doing them. Let's see. When was the last Dragon Quest XI video I published? Was that... I think that might have been after... It might have been right before or right after the US election. It was one of those. Something happened. Something in real life happened. Kind of got me off my step. I kind of just dropped what I was doing with Dragon Quest XI, and I focused on... By the time I got my mojo back, I just started focusing on stream assets instead, and I will come back to Dragon Quest XI eventually, but I'm busier way more than ever before. Way more than ever before. Just with Tears of the Kingdom. There's a lot. There's a lot to do, and there's a lot I have to make in advance. And thank you, Clara. I really appreciate that. My Twitch channel looks great too. Did I do all that work myself? No. I will answer that more concretely in a second. I just want to make sure I've caught someone else. I've caught the messages on YouTube first. Doing well. Good, good. You had an exam today you were pretty nervous about. Turns out that fortune was on your side because there was an outage in uni, so we could do the exam remotely instead. Ah, yes, remote exams. I remember when COVID struck and my stats class had to be taken online. As well as my Intro to Computer Programming, or Principles of Programming 1. That was the majors course that I had taken because I had a minor in computer science. And, oh man, I feel like people definitely passed by the skin of their teeth when back then. I got my grade curved from a D to a C in the programming course. I would not have passed if it were not for that fortuitous little bit of luck. I need to go back this way is what needs to happen, because there should be a shrine somewhere. Is it like up there up top? I thought for sure it was like around here somewhere. To move back over to Twitch, Clara asks, my Twitch channel looks great. Yeah, like I was saying, no. So the channel banner and logo come from a bundle that contained it? Yes, that is correct. I commissioned someone to make the banner that goes on my Twitch and YouTube pages. I commissioned it. Now that I think about it, I need to downsize the image for Coffee and Patreon for the future. As well as, what else? Some of the emotes, there are some emotes that aren't mine. Some panels come from, some of the panels come from a stream spell pack that you can buy on like websites. I like tinkered around with some of those. There should be a red colored panel. I tinkered with that one. There are a couple of others that are, that come from something else. I forget what I purchased it from. Trying to think of anything else that might be there. there are few other things. But those are like relegated to coffee/Patreon. That's really about it. Clara says, oh, okay. Have you thought about upgrading any of these things in the future? I'm a broke man. If I upgrade it, it is because I tinker with it by hand. I do not get many clients, which is why I'm constantly keeping my eye on internships, by the way. I'm lucky if I get clients. But if I were to commission someone in the future to upgrade these things, it would be after I am financially stable and not a second before. Unfortunately, I live in a pretty poor region of the two-state area. To give you an idea, there's a neighborhood. I won't mention what the name of that neighborhood is, but the neighborhood has... There's a decent side of the neighborhood, and then there are places where there are ramshackle houses. They're on the opposite end of the road from me. You can tell they're ramshackle. People are living there by the skin of their teeth. I do not begrudge them for their living condition. I'm merely saying it's almost a two-tone difference. There's a nice side, and there's a not-so-nice side. Job opportunities are few and far between. So I hang on by my teeth. But I will upgrade these banners in the future. And I paid $300 for that. I should probably also say that that is an expensive commission to get what could probably have been spat out through a generative tool. And I say this knowing that the quality of the banners and stuff are nice. They are nice. They look good. But I feel like I could do it myself if I learned enough skills. You know, I actually learned how to draw correctly. Things like that. NK asks, what's the open source Photoshop editing app? I use Krita. Let me type that out for you, Mr. NK. Okay, I've typed that out so you have it as reference. Let me go over to YouTube, catch up real quick on that. Shiny says, I'm revisiting Breath of the Wild Master Mode, and the more you dive into that world, I will say both games are phenomenal on their own, and it's unfair to compare one to another. Yeah, I get what you were saying there, Shiny. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Even though Tears of the Kingdom is built on Breath of the Wild's physics and combat engines, they feel totally different. They feel totally different. So yeah, maybe instead of saying Tears of the Kingdom is the better game, I should say if you... It's kind of hard to talk about the two then, because it becomes like not an apples to oranges comparison, but more like an apples to pears comparison. It comes down to do you like apples or do you like pears? Both are in related fruit families. So if you like apples, you probably like pears. But you may have a preference between apples and pears, whereas with apples and oranges, they're very clearly different fruit. There's no, well, it tastes kind of the same. No, one is citrus, one is not. You know, you know that you like apples instead of oranges, and so on. Let me go back over. So Claire, and so like you mentioned, with the work you do, can't you invest in a bit of that money here too? Might help your channel grow faster. What do you mean? Are we talking like view botting? Are we talking upgrading assets? Are we talking commissioning someone? I just want some clarity on that. NK says, funny thing is, you designed your channel logo on your own. Because you almost got scammed, which is very funny. Yeah, I mean, eventually I too got inundated with graphic art designer requests all the time. Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky. I will get feed from it in my emails all the time about, oh, well, how would you like to commission some new art? I flash them my emotes and things I have done myself to say, I can draw now, I can Photoshop now, I don't need that. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I appreciate your business model. I hope you find a client that works for you, but I am broke. I could not pay for someone if I wanted to. So I make do with my own skill. Through my own skill, my own grit, my own effort, because that is all I have. And I put every fiber of my being into it. I hope that sentiment kind of answers the question there. I would love to commission people to make emotes or do these things, because I am not an artist. I'm not an artist. I'm a former STEM major for a reason. But, you know, this is my life now. And because it's my life now, okay, I have to go back up is what's gotta happen. So let's do that. And I'm gonna have to make some more stamina food. I hope I have enough materials for that. And also investing is a risk. It's luck. Yeah, Shiny, I was just getting ready to refer back to that sentence. I'm glad you said that. Let me first go back and read your previous sentence, and then I will read this one. You say that Tears of the Kingdom clicks with you more, but that doesn't mean Breath of the Wild's a worse game. I'm finding that I'm in the same boat as you. I am really liking what Tears of the Kingdom has put down, but I appreciate the foundations and the type of game that Breath of the Wild is. I appreciate it for what it was. You go on to say, investing in a channel is a big risk because it takes a fair share of luck and contacts in order to succeed. I feel it's better to improve things when achieving some stability. Yes, thank you. I appreciate the salient reasoning here. Because if I'm going to commission someone, I want them to get paid a fair amount for their work. I don't think it's right that, you know, I find someone who does it on the cheap and turns out it's some person who ran something through a generative AI program and also did it on the cheap. It propagates a very nasty AI-fed cycle. We have enough of that going on. I don't want to contribute to that because I'm broke and am looking to do anything to get a leg up. The fact that I'm not willing to do anything to get a leg up should... I hate to say it because you shouldn't really wax your own ethic, but I would like to think it is a good reflection of my work ethic. I am honest when it comes to discussing work ethic. And I would say that this is work ethic. NK says that the reason why you didn't take it was because when you asked the scammer to show you channel logos, is he only found one person with that channel logo? Yup. And all of them look AI. Yep. That's absolutely it. That's it right there. Even when I paid a $300 commission for like the channel banner and stuff, I looked at the banners. And like, yeah, you know, getting the shading right is something that you can totally... You can make a base using a generative AI and then go back and shade over it or whatever. But hindsight being 2020, I'm not sure I would have paid the $300 commission if I had known where generative AI is going to be now. like now as compared to back then when I was actually still a college student. Wild stuff. So I'm happy that you made your own channel icon. For the record, NK, I want you to know that. We're going to hold some stamella mushrooms and make some skewers. I think 3 of these ought to be sufficient. Just need enough to get us across the finish line. And do we have anything else? A few more stam bulbs. There. That should be plenty for us to work with. Okay, Clara. What do we have here? Totally get that. Actually, I'm offering a logo and banner package for $50 right now. Kind of a limited thing I'm doing until the end of the month. Thought it might help creators who want to level up their channel without spending too much. I am not interested, but I appreciate you not being forceful. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Okay, you guys know that cue by now. But in 5 minutes, we'll get a commercial break. And, you know, once the timer's up, we get right back to what we were doing. I appreciate you being honest and forward, Clara. I do. But let me give you some advice. And I appreciate you being cordial. Typically, in the graphic art design space, if you're going to be attempting to get clients, typically you have I need to find where I'm being oriented at. It's this way. Typically in that space, I find that people use DeviantArt or something along those lines. DeviantArt, Pinterest, that sort of thing. Do you have a portfolio? And is it on one of those sites? You know, not something I have to get through a DM? Because if that's the case, then, you know, legitimate starving artist, you know, I hope you find a client. If not, you know, okay. That like, we have a whole separate discussion we gotta have. Because this did happen on my platform today. NK says, honestly sounds like a good deal, but not interested. Charged $120 for a logo. I have to pay for a shirt for an organization I'm part of. So I couldn't afford that $50, even if I wanted to. Which I don't. I might redesign the banner on my own, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, so our shrine, I think, is like up here. It's on this 2nd level, which I guess is fine. That makes sense. Shiny says AI is fine as an assist tool, but yeah, many tend to use AI for more than just that nowadays. Not a big fan of that. I agree. AI had the potential to be so much more and more useful than rooting out people from their jobs, which is what essentially is happening. Sure. Claire, give me a second and I will be happy to link you either one of my social media platforms. I don't have Insta, but I do have Twitter. If I need to go fetch it, I also have Blue Sky. I know a lot of artists are on Blue Sky. Both have messaging features. You can pick between either one of these. Those are my work-related mediums. So things like offering portfolios of art should be done on either one of those. So many times I've had folks just, you know, come in and ask for Discord, ask for this or that, for like a more direct messaging route. I appreciate the option of having this put on a more public space and not my private DMs. Okay, let's... Okay, gotta be careful. I take another dip through that and I'm probably dead. Link, stop climbing the battlement. Thank you. It should not have been difficult. My goodness. Yep, here it is. Wait, what? I won't make that? Let's go around. Oh, sorry, ad break. I'll see you guys momentarily. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, everybody. Hopefully we, all have enjoyed or gotten something we wanted out of the commercial break. Let me catch up on messages here, and then we can get right back to it. Okay, I feel like I need to finish replying to that last sentence on YouTube, but I'll get to that in a moment. Clara says, I've sent you a request on Twitter. Do accept it when you get a chance? Sure. Sure, it'll probably be after today's stream. I'm trusting that you'll be patient with that. Please and thank you. Rasby says, hello, hi, welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are getting ready to clean up the last bits of Hyrule Castle, collecting the seeds and completing the last shrine that's in Central Hyrule, and then we will be moving on to what the heck is this? And then we will finally be moving on to the chasms that I alluded to earlier a few streams ago. To answer that last sentence on YouTube, yeah, going back now that I did give a little bit of an answer before the commercial break and everything. I think AI could have been so much more. It could have been actually used to make, I don't know, an auto dock. For those that aren't, Fallout New Vegas junkies, or, Fallout junkies in general, an auto dock is a device that has an assistant computer. It's kind of like a whole pod. Auto dock pods are something that you can lock up, by the way, as well. And the pod will perform surgery for you. It'll clean up chemical addictions. Like, I'm describing this in game terms, but imagine having that sort of vessel in real life. As long as it's programmable and people are watching it, imagine being able to use a vessel like that to actually perform surgery. AI could be used for stuff like that. It could pilot the machines that we use for mining so that we don't have to actually have that as a real honest-to-God profession. Instead, they would be mining technicians. Kind of similar to what we have now, but all the technicians would have to do is, make sure the code on the machine is efficient. It can be proprietary code, so there's not much learning of C++ or whatever. Proprietary code is kind of a thing in a lot of specialized companies, both for security reasons and for efficiency reasons. It's easier to train people on one specific model. After they've gotten their basic C++ training, just figure out where exactly the proprietary system differs and make them focus on that exclusively. AI could be used to consult all kinds of databases. There are good things about it, but people aren't using AI for those reasons. They're using it to scam each other, make deep fake videos. They're using AI in order to generate endless slop content on Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube. We haven't gotten to the point where AI is streaming yet, but give it some time, and eventually you won't be able to tell the difference between a human and a machine on the internet. So it would effectively kill the internet for any kind of commercial use whatsoever. We're not there yet, but we're getting there, and that's scary. Really scary. That's about as measured as I can be without just turning on my NPC switch and saying AI equals bad. Because I don't think the concept of it isn't bad, but the way it's being used is. And because it's hard to separate those two things, or perhaps sometimes there are aspects of both mixed together, and the bad tends to outweigh the good, in my honest opinion, it's hard for me not to say AI is bad. just it's hard for me not to have such an abject opinion on the subject. Raspy says, beware of scams. Yup. They're getting harder to tell apart, though. A person being conveniently very nice and saying some kind of limited offer can be marketing, but 2/3 of the time it's a scam. Yup. The scam artists are getting better at that. Like, very much better at that. Like, at least if they were actual artists, you've talked to at least 5 or 6 people who lost like $20 or $30 and got nothing, or the artwork was just taken from somewhere. Yeah, I've lost 700, 300 in a flat commission. I want to be careful about labeling the $300 commission a scam, because it was like a whole group of people. It wasn't just one person. I talked to whole teams of people, and that's kind of hard to pull off in terms of scams, but it feels like half of a scam, or like kind of like a ripoff. And then I definitely lost 400 more dollars over the course of like 6 months. Somewhere between 6 and 8 months. And that was to a single individual. That's some of my emotes are from this particular scam artist. I do want to replace them, but it does take time to do so. I also have to think about what exactly I would replace the emote with, which is why I don't feel totally ready to, like, I don't know, move on from being so focused on Twitch. I feel like I still need to clean all that up first. Scams are usually organized and in groups. Yep. And if you respond to a scam, you're put on a list, and more scammers will contact me because you get broadcast to the network they use. So there's like a whole like network of people that whole network that people use. That's awful. This wants me to make a platform and then make a platform and use a send to get up there. Let me move that over. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it is. Got the PayPal receipts to prove it too. I got the PayPal receipts to prove it too. Yeah, it's awful. Because I even though I wouldn't have had the avatar, the character avatar that I would have had without quote unquote the scam, perhaps it would be better off that way. I mean, that's 300, 400 more bucks I would have had years ago. But humans are the net sum of their good and bad decisions. What can I say? Or maybe we just don't know how to appreciate art, Kappa. So I kind of float halfway between the opinion of what am I trying to say? I'm trying to like focus on two things at once. I just totally blanked on what I was thinking of. Let's just look at that font used. It's mirific. That's $1,000 alone. Oh, are specific fonts worth a lot of money? I know that there are contracts for art, but especially font, but I'm not aware they can cost that much. Yeah, I might. You're being sarcastic. Oh. Where is it? It's right here. Yep. That happened. Okay, what's the deal with this? Oh, I know what it wants me to do. It wants me to do this. Make a T-shaped thing. And then turn over that T-shaped thing. like this. It really wants me to make sure that I've learned how to master the ascend power. We want to do not this. Oh, well then in that case, no, that's not gonna work. What? I set it down next to the platform. It doesn't want to do that. I just glued this on the wrong way. That is some serious dynamic equilibrium. That was just, like we just saw there. That was some serious dynamic equilibrium. Something that you don't see quite that often in physics unless you stop and think about it. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. We have not yet spotted a chest, which is worrying, but you know, we can deal. No, don't do that. Yeah, I harbor no small amount of regret over my past decisions, but you know, that's life. We're the sum of our good and bad decisions. We're the net sum of our history. Like humans are all about past decisions. We're influenced by every single one of them. I often talk about this with my folks, where you know I'll say, you know, what did this person do way back when? Maybe that might be the reason why they are being vengeful, why they sound like an unhinged lunatic at points. It can explain a lot of the bad politics that we've seen today, where we want to make like a... want to do this. And then we sit this back with the back facing the thing. And then we can go from there. There's our chest. What do we have? A magic rod. A small and intensely magic rod. I was expecting a different adjective there. It's said to have been wielded by an ancient magician who awoke maximum latent power in gems. Magic rod. This feels like it was made for fusing. So like fuse a fire fruit to it, and it'll, you know, it'll definitely shoot out fireballs or something. That's just a quick assertion without any experimentation or anything. Raspy says, recently I've been detached from your decisions and actions. While you felt good so far, I'm also 2 days away from your degree project, having to submit your degree project, and some deadline at work popped up. Oh, crunch time. Yeah, that, You suggest attaching a sapphire to it. Okay. You know what? Latent power of gems. Yeah, you know, that's actually so we kind of build our own Wizrobe wand, which is really cool. Let us equip said rod. Yep, no longer are, I'm guessing Wizrobes aren't a thing in this game. And if they are a thing, well, that's really strange then. So you're feeling crunch. Lateness is how you'll be with the project. If it would be late, that is. So like relaxed. Try not to worry that much about it. Just focus on getting it done. That sort of thing. Okay, so what I actually have to do is like this. We need to stack it real high. Or actually, what kind of has to happen is lay this flat, glue these ends together, lay this end 90 degrees. That's what you want to do? More power to you, good sir. I hope that that decision works out for you, because crunch time sucks. I think this is like one way to do it. Oh, I was super worried. Just turn it around. Literally turn it around. Bingo. Let's see. Catching up on comments. It's a crazy crowd control tool. My favorite gem fusion in the game. Yeah. I remember in Breath of the Wild when we were doing that, when we were streaming that, like about 2 weeks ago, maybe a bit more than that. I would often comment on the frost weapon, or frost wand and shock weapon combo. Literal infinite crowd control. And the magic rod seems like it's a return to that. So I cannot wait to either make a shock weapon or find another rod, and then we'll have some real fun with that. All right, we have our shrine. So the last seed that I need to collect is LL21. Oh boy, let me show you where that is, and because I'm going to ask for some help. I have the stamp. I'm going to put a pin in that general direction. This gnarly thing is underneath the bridge, because as soon as I actually fix this. Also, let's zoom in and get a picture before we leave. Because the fact that this is under a bridge, sealed by both sides, is absolutely wild. Wild stuff. What was the comment on YouTube just a second ago? Blizzard Rod is overall one of the best weapons in the entirety of Breath of the Wild. Hard agree. Hard agree. And the reason I say that is because not only does the Blizzard Rod, act as crowd control for freezing small mooks, you can also use it to just freeze the courser bees that fly around their hives. One swipe from the Blizzard Wand or a Frost Wand, and they're gone. Easy, free, hassle-free courser bee honey. No blowing up trees, no wasting arrows, no wasting weapon durability. Just nice, solid courser bee honey. The only thing you waste is a little bit of durability from the Blizzard Rod. Ideally, you should, get the hive when you're in combat for maximal efficiency. But, if you know where to farm Blizzard Rods, and you can find them pretty easily, it's really not that hard to find another one. You can even do things to force a blood moon, kind of, to make it happen, without too much glitching, actually. NK says going to obtain the Master Sword now, in tier specifically. Good luck with that. Okay, so this is our friend, the boulder, the little rock I want to pick up. Ultra Hand. I'll try. What? What? Stun lock. I'm sorry, I was stun locked there. Got an auto build yet? No. Working on it though. The fact that I was advised this was killing me. This was the last Korok seed I needed before we took a look at those chasms. Wild stuff. How many Korok seeds do we get? 85. Good. So after the chasms, we'll start moving toward the plateau and grab auto build. But I did say I would show you guys the fact that I have figured them out. We can start right over here. I want to thank you again, Shiny, for having said what you said that day. The fact that it was simple. And I should have used my eyeballs more with that. Ooh, that is... I would have made the numbers black here. I would not have made them gold. Or I would have used a gold outline there. That's kind of an interesting choice on Nintendo's part. Now, we're going to get on the main road. And we're going to... I didn't even think about this. But what if... What if, instead of here, because this is where the map is saying it is, right? This is where the map is saying it is. What if instead, it's under here? It's in the river. And I didn't even think to check the actual moat itself. If it is in the moat, I'm gonna kick myself a little bit inside. Get the Hyrule Field Skyview Tower and you'll see the Risen Plateau. I think I saw it a couple of times when we were, moving back to Hyrule Castle there to grab those. I can now mark that off my map. And if I double check... Yep, there is not a single Korok seed in the region at all. So Central Hyrule map region is done for Korok seeds. At least the surface. The surface is done. We still have the sky to do, because there's... I don't think there are... Actually, I'm not 100% sure. Let me look at the map here. Okay, no, there's nothing there. So we're actually just done with this entire region as far as Korok seeds are concerned. Let me move that back down to the surface. Okay. So let's start maybe over here. And kind of use our camera. Because we've seen caves tucked into the rivers, like nearby rivers. So I wonder, is that... Aha! I knew it. Ow, let me not jam my finger on my gaming keyboard. Round of applause, everybody. We can now take this stamp out of here. Ooh, I picked up a giant seed. We're gonna put that down and take a photo. I can't believe it was this simple. I really can't believe it was that simple. I just didn't look in the right place. Wow. Oh no! What the heck is that? Save immediately. Okay. Just in case this turns out to be a bit more than I can chew, I'm gonna do this. Where's this hotkey at? This hotkey. Okay, I'm gonna lock in everybody. So if you notice, there's text in front of my face. So let people know I'm locked into a boss. I'm not gonna be as chatty with everybody while I'm like this. So, my goodness, the music is top notch though. Can I just say that? I am sufficiently scared or freaked out right now. It is a Frox, a Hinox frog. It's a frog, the highest tier Frox. No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. Oh my God. I'm like, I'm gonna sweat. Oh my goodness. Okay. Give me a bright bloom seed, like, stat. Okay, and now that I'm here, second thing, picture, take one right now. Okay, so I think you have to hit these nodules on its back. Hold on, and before I even think about it, I'm gonna whip out the big guns for this. Dang it. Oh. I can't say I'm surprised. Wow. Hello. Difficult boss. I'm gonna try again because I want to see if it is doable. This thing freaking terrifies me. I'm really not going to lie. Hold on. Diffuse attack power, zone eye devices. Give me 1 second and I'll try to read that. That was on YouTube, right? Try Keith's eyeballs for this one? Okay. NK Plays also says, before getting the Master Sword, you'll do some shrines and get the auto build. Nice. Nice. Okay. What the heck is this? What the heck is that attack? You know what? I have to give it to the game devs. They know, like, this thing is sufficiently terrifying. Here's an honest question I'm gonna ask folks. What was the emotion that was running through your guys' minds when facing off against this thing. Okay, I need to use this pillar here. Stop! Stop jumping around. Okay, where case eyeballs? Let me find them. Oh, I need to climb this thing. Shoot, 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 shoot. No. No, 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 no. Get a pillar between me and this thing's stats. This is... Okay. Oh, I totally forgot that I had to re-equip the bow. You'll meet the mystery character when you get auto build? Yeah, I hear you on that one. Where did I spot this? Hello? Okay, climb. Oh, that is a gnarly attack. Aim a bit higher, yeah. Ah, this thing broke on its back. No, 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 no. No, no suck. No suck. Don't give me the suck. Thanks. Thanks, game. Come on. Oh, that is bad. That is bad time to get tired. No, it's gonna do the suck. Dang it. Oh, that... Oh, I needed to lob that. Oh, I have to get another picture, don't I? Okay. Oh. Wow, that was intense. Now that I'm a little bit less freaked out, that was awesome. That's great. GG, thank you very much, Shiny. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. Oh. There are few things in video games that, and thank you as well for the GG, Mr. NK. There are few things in video games that give me more of a freak out moment than that right there. I do not... If it's a fantasy title, there are only a few things that give me the spooks. And really, frogs don't terrify me. Toads don't terrify me. It's just the fact that it's pitch black and you have to like very quickly light the area up or it lights out. That's a problem. Spiders. Spiders are a thing that can legitimately unease me in video games a lot. Now, I say this knowing full well that some of my favorite things in the world to do are to go out and fight spiders in, like, World of Warcraft. Like, those, I'm used to that kind of spider. But in real life, oh no, spider gets on my skin. I am, like, brushing it every which way to try to get it off me. That's like Spooksville right there for me. Heights are something else that terrify me in games. If you ask me to look and stare into a deep, dark abyss, I'm going to feel uncomfortable. If I make a jump off a cliff in a video game, my stomach lurches, feels like it's lurching, trying to lurch out of my body. It's awful. I have to try to control that whenever I make high-flying jumps. It's bad. Let's read the dialogue here, the text box, and then let's quickly get to the other chasm, because I get the sneaking suspicion that the castle moat chasms, plural, both have one of these. A giant fang that can easily dig through solid bedrock, attach it to a weapon to vastly increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter. Yeah, got that. Frog fingernail. I call it frog. Frog's fingernail. A flat, cracked fingernail. Attach it to an arrow to increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to make elixirs. There's another claw. Frog's guts. Frog's guts still pulsing, possibly a vain attempt to circulate fluids through its former owner's large body. Cook it with a critter to make a powerful elixir. Large crystallized charge. A large piece of crystal made by condensing zonai charges processed from zonite equal to 20 normal crystallized charges. This is how you would farm the zonite charges and not anything else, I think. I have found my favorite activity to do during blood moons. As time goes on, Shiny says, those critters become trivial, but it's quite a feat to beat it early on. So good job. Thank you. Having to contain my freak out in addition to fighting something like that, that made the fight a little more difficult. I hope people got some entertainment out of that, because I am not generally that open with things that scare me. I do not play horror games. What the heck? I was not expecting horror in my Legend of Zelda titles today. That's the kind of crap I get from, I don't know, say the Metroid series, where I'm very used to, you know, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Dread, Metroid Prime, even Metroid Other M had its moments where it was kind of scary. Make sure I keep the first 3. Those games have their moments where the stuff that you fight is terrifying, but it's like terrifying for a few moments while you get used to it, and then it doesn't scare anymore. If I have to fight a Frox in the dark all the time, and that's like the only way you get to them, I'm gonna have to learn to get very used to their big, ugly form real quick. But going back to my question, did anyone else, you know, freak out with these things? I know I'm probably not the only person to have freaked out with the Froxes, but it would be nice to know I'm not alone. And that just big scary creature, big scary creature that's unnerving to look at. The light root dispelled the darkness and brightened the surrounding area. Good. I'm sure there's a shrine somewhere as well. Oh no, maybe not. Hang on. Shiny says, first encounter with the Frox ended with me teleporting away in an instant. Okay, good. I'm glad that I'm not alone. Thank you for sharing that. That may or may not be a moment of insecurity. What the heck is that? I guess I'm gonna go over and try to get a better look. Oh, those are just keys. Those are just gloom-infested keys. Okay. Last location was over there. Goody. Love that for us. Okay. So then, the other chasm is probably... It wasn't on top where I thought it would be on the map, so maybe instead of it being on top, it's around the sides of the mound it's on, or whatever. Or maybe it's over by the next mound along that same peninsula. It's like one of those two things. We're gonna replace this with a pin so I know to go for. And also, I can remove that stamp and save it for something useful. Oh, yeah, that... I'm sure there are clips people can find of people freaking out over Froxes. I will give the game devs props for that. That is tough. People are really not expecting horror in their Legend of Zelda titles. And that would
feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
No doubt. Ugh. People really, for you to get auto build, yeah, I hear you. You're waiting on me to get auto build. I know. After this chasm, that will be a thing that is happening. You just gotta get this other chasm out of the way. Which I think is, well, looky here. What do you know, everybody? The only thing that made me scared more in the game were gloom hands. Oh, yeah, the gloom hands were freaking terrifying. That was more like a... How do I describe this? Oh, no. I'm saving, like, right now. Just in case. The gloom hands were, like, shock. Here, it's more like actual existential dread on top of everything else. Link. Oh, sorry. I did a brain fart. Oops. I need to fix that. NK says, do you want another hint on the mystery character I talked about last stream? I'll take one, but only one. Thank you for asking before you just disseminate any hints. Let's try that again, but with 100% less muddling around. Wrong. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't see a light route anywhere nearby. Ooh, it's like a whole dank forest down here. Why would this stuff be here? Does it want me to, fly? I mean, I'm willing to try, but I want to see what I'm flying for first. I don't want to just fly for no reason. I don't want to take devices just to waste them. Red cards, red rumors, the big spiked ball followed him. A voe found in the depths, trying to activate some ancient power. Does this... What is this? Spirits? A Poe, a glowing spirit orb found all over the depths. Offer these to a bargainer statue. Offer these to a bargainer statue for a variety of rewards. Okay. Oh, right. Yes. Thank you for mentioning that. Our shrine would be over here. No, I don't want to travel. So let's put a pin and try going somewhere this way. Which means I probably want to fly. Red cards, red rumors. Oh, would that be Master Koga? Is that what you're alluding to there? Because the only the person following that had a spiked ball following them would have been Master Koga. Not even his disciples commanded spiked iron balls. Ah, so that's our mystery character. Cool. Okay. Keep dinging. Okay, this is not... Stalkoblin? Ah. I called them Stalbokoblins, but you just dropped the living part of the living part of it. Okay. The top banana of the Yiga clan, yes. Very much so. I'm gonna need you guys to, like, back off. All right, roll down there if you want to die, I guess. Huh. Oh, I'm headed north anyway instead of south, but I can't even go there. Oh, right, the Dazzle Fruit. You did mention that before. I should have remembered that. Oopsies. Also, why are you not dead? Stop. Shh. Silence, Mr. Bokoblin. Oh, the last shrine... Let me look at my overworld map here. The only thing I can think of then is... If I look at it, it's like up here somewhere. Might as well drop that pin, don't need it. And there's a wall there, so I couldn't even have gotten to that. What the heck is that? Little frocks. Oh, they're babies. There are babies nearby. If we go over a little bit on stream today, I'm fine. I want to get, you know, the major spearheads of the stream or the goals of the stream accomplished. I'm gonna pick on the little one there. Yeah, top banana. Very, very much top banana. Let me make sure I'm not missing messages here. I'm liking my time in the gloom, but I don't think this part has anything interesting. Fair.
Behold, your mother is dead.
Thank you for the soundboard redemption, Mr. NK. Much appreciated. I do make a lot of these soundboard redemptions myself. I mean, the voice lines obviously aren't mine, but I do edit them. I did have to splice that together. Oh, there's just a big old frox there. And yeah, I did have to take the picture over again. Just in case. Light route. Let me find the light route. Where? Come on. Where is it, game? Where's the light route? I don't really see it. Oh my goodness, you can go a long time without finding this. Let me switch to the depths map. Oh, that would be why there is straight up not a light route here. Okay. Okay. I'm glad I looked. Okay. Come on, guy. This thing can probably, like, press trees. Oh yeah, I'm too used to using arrows there. That is not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna try to get that back really quick. You gonna come this way or not, Mr. Frock? What? Okay, that doesn't work. Or at least I was too far away to make it work. Oh. Get off it, get off, get off, get off. We need to be careful. Oh, no, definitely not. He might get ready to do the jumps. Okay. That's fine. That is fine. I don't have enough weapons to make that. I feel like I had a pretty solid attempt at that, but let's do what we came here to do. It's nice to know this is here. If we have a few more weapons, I feel like I could come back and pretty easily do it. I'm gonna make a... Can I find him? Yeah, he's like over there. We're gonna put a skull mark here so I know this is here. Now, let's get out of here. We've spent long enough, you know, traipsing through the depths. Leave a skull mark? Yes, that was exactly my plan. Now we're gonna move over to the surface. And I'm going to find the next Skyview tower. So we can proceed about business. And then my plan for the next stream is going to be to go back one more time and do all of the wells. Just like go and poke around in all the wells in Central Hyrule, which shouldn't take too terribly long. Because I'll have the map. Those are marked. I can see exactly where they are. Yada, yada. And then we can actually move to what would probably be the Hyrule Field area. And we can start cleaning out Koroks and doing shrines over in that general direction. Also, I guess there's the matter of the depth as well. We need to we still need to get the light roots. I haven't forgotten about that. So our docket isn't quite finished, but we are getting there. Let's find. There's the Skyview Tower. I believe we were told. This may be them right here. We were told that Captain Haas was going to take a squad out to the monster stronghold and proceed to, you know, kick butt and take names. Link, hello. The last time we met was at Hyrule Castle, if I remember right. I'm Haas, captain of Squad 1 of the Monster Control Crew. After our search for Princess Zelda at Hyrule Castle, I returned to my monster fighting duties. At the moment, we're closing in on a monster stronghold up ahead. Once we approach their base, we'll wait for the right opportunity and then launch our attack. I apologize if I'm being presumptuous, but running into you here feels like fate. I must say, nothing would be more encouraging than to have you, Hyrule's best swordsman, assist us. Ooh. If we work together, I'm sure we could bring peace back to this land. I'll say. Let's help our fellow man. Let's help our fellow Hylian restore peace. We can even test out our brand new Blizzard Rod, or the Sapphire Rod. Yeah, the Sapphire Rod. We're closing in on a monster stronghold up ahead. Once we approach their base. Right, no hasty moves here. We have to approach with caution. That wasn't very much waiting for the right moment. Oh, we need to take a picture of that one real quick. Oh, this feels like Hyrule Warriors a little bit. Not gonna lie. And specifically, you know, Age of Calamity. Ooh, let's not get hit. Again. Wow. Victory is ours. Bravo, everyone. Come on, soundboard, work with me. I'm so grateful for everything you did for us. If you don't mind, could you come here for a moment? No, the loot. I wanted the monster part. Just incredible. No monster is a match for you, eh, Link? Come to think of it, I was told, Link, I was told that you wield a special sword. One more magnificent than all the others. I don't mean to be rude, but your weapon doesn't seem all that different from ours. The one I heard about reveals its true power when wielded by someone worthy. Could that be it? Well, I'll be the first to admit when there's a gap in my knowledge. I'm so sorry. I nearly forgot something very important. Yay, we can buy actual legitimate armor now. It's part of the bounty given to the monster control crew, so please don't hesitate to accept it. Ooh. We plan to head southeast after this to Fort Hateno in Necluda. I hope I get the chance to fight beside you again. May you fight with the goddess Hylia's divine protection, brave swordsman. Ding, 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 ding. Peace to Hyrule Field. Let's freaking go. I would follow them to Necluda, but we have things to do. Time for another piece of advice. Very well, shiny. In the depths, you will see rock structures with shadow figures offering pristine versions of weapons, a copy of which you have broken. A copy of which I have broken. That's nice to know that we'll be able to, like, get weapons later. So I broke it. I'm pretty sure it might have been one of the sledgehammers, possibly. Or it might have been, it might have been like a royal sword or something. That would also make some sense to me. I will take all the arrows I can get. Where are my materials, game? Give them to me. Go ahead and grab these. A sturdy wooden stick. A stick made out of hard tree branch. The tree soaked up lots of sunshine, so it's sturdier than a regular stick. You mean it's dried? Or that the limb was well nourished before it got snapped off? It's sturdier than a regular stick and has high durability. Good to know, game. I will get a couple of these. And then I will drop them. Because there were swords lying around, and I'm quite sure I could pick up and maybe fuse to. Let me not do that. There's one. Soldier's broadsword. We'll grab that one and do some fusing. Essentially, you break a type of weapon. Let's say the royal broadsword. A stronger version of that weapon will now show up in the depths. So is it in our best interest to break weapons? Surely not, because this is a nice, easy way to find weapons, I'm not gonna lie. Let me also take a picture of this. I don't know if I would necessarily say it's in my best interest to, like, break weapons, but the fact that a broken weapon or a perfect version of a broken weapon does show up in the depths later means that if we want it's going to be really imperative that we actually don't collect those. And my reasoning for that is the final boss. Like, I want to have good quality weapons for the final boss. And so when I find them, when I find those shadowy figures offering pristine versions of weapons, I need to make sure I refuse those offers. Assuming they're not one time. If they're one time, okay. Fine. You know, I'll take it, but... Ooh, is there a sturdy stick? No, just another wooden one. Alright. Fuse. Go ahead and fuse. More wooden sticks. Oh, well, what's all this about? I guess I'll equip that and put a stick on it. All right, we've got some nice durability in our weapons now. Let's move on to the Skyview towers. And then I suppose we'll need to make our way to the plateau so that we can we can get the auto build. And you know, I'll call it a day after we've grabbed the auto build. But you need to make sure to pick those weapons from shadow figures. When you take a weapon from them, they disappear. Oh, okay. So since they respawn during blood moons, okay, don't hold on to them. Let me ask this then, Shiny, since you're here. Is there a way to manipulate the weapons you break? Oh no, I do not want to do that. Is there a way to manipulate the broken weapons such that when you go to these shadowy figures, you know exactly which weapon you're gonna get? Or is that not really possible? Wow, the game would put a tower right where a stronghold is. Of course, that only makes too much sense. Yay for strongholds, everybody. And I presume there's no way around either. I'm gonna climb up and try to look, but I don't think we're gonna find anything. I think we're gonna have to take the front door. And you know what they say about front doors in castles and fortresses? It's a good way to get shot. Come on, game. One time I asked for the stealth route reward. Give me the stealth route reward. Just once. You know, without ramming my head into the wooden spikes there. No, it looks like I have to take the front door. All right, we save. So that we don't end up dying and having to redo the previous stronghold over again. That would suck. Not really, but you could save right before a figure shows up in your radius, because a type of weapon is rolled for randomly when that happens. From there, you just reload until you get the thing you want. Sounds good. But I suppose it has to be among weapons I've broken. I suppose it's something else. Since it's rolled randomly, do you form the rolling pool based on... Do you form that pool based on the weapons you have broken? Or is the pool fixed? And it's just purely random? All right, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary people. Sure, oh, do I want to do that? Maybe not. Nice. Yeah, okay, so I either need to blow up those barrels, like, just prematurely, accept whatever loss of materials I get from that, or I need to be super precise with bow and arrow or something. Wow, they really went the extra step with the towers. You do not just find them, you have to do something with them, which I think is cool. I think it's cool, you know. It's nice that it's more difficult than just environmental challenges in the terrain or whatever. Yeah, no Thank you. Yeah, are you gonna be grabbing barrels up there? Yeah, you sure are. Maybe you should try not doing that, Mr. Moblin. Well, Shiny says, well, I suppose it's weapons you've broken, but you will naturally break most of the weapons anyway. Yeah, makes sense. Also, shadow figures have different weapon pools depending on the area. Makes sense. So it's like a leveled list. A large curved horn with two extremely hard tips. Two extremely hard tips. That is... Drop that and take a picture right away. Actual Minotaur horns right there, everybody. Save. I do not want to repeat that if I don't have to. I hope the saving system is a little bit less particular in Tears of the Kingdom as opposed to Breath of the Wild. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna equip this and then get the fuse ready. Careful. Fine. Where do you think you're going? I did not mean to take a capture there. Oh well, that happened. Nice. They're like, how many times do I gotta teach you this lesson, old man? How many times do I have to tell you don't approach our fortress or you will die? Where is that SpongeBob meme? Where is that when I need it? I should really be taking some more soundboard snippets to put in my personal soundboard. So for those on Twitch, I have a soundboard that I've curated for public use. Though that would be the stuff in pink, but even the stuff in purple has sound bites attached to it. I also have like a soundboard on OBS that I use, and it contains some stuff that maybe I don't want people spamming. So I use those whenever I see fit. I should definitely add some more. Maybe rotate out some ones that maybe have worn out their welcome. Things to think about. Now, are you guys done? No, of course not. Yup. You just got the rarest weapon in the game, NK says. Nice. Oh, you guys mean business. I'm gonna light you guys up on fire. Yeah, chuck that away. Is he about to toss that? He's about to toss that, I'm almost sure. I'm gonna like... No, he's blowing a horn. Okay. You can run past them, but where's the fun in that? You are right. I might consider doing that if I, like, fall here. Don't even think about it. But yeah, just drop down. This is where the sapphire rod shines. You right. guy gonna like pop down? Or they're like, yeah, stay out of here. This leashing behavior is like extra interesting. As in, I didn't think that they would leash like this. Leashing is a term in MMO RPGs, or in like RPGs in general, where it describes an area that enemies tend to stay around, and once you've kited them past a certain range outside of that area, they will just turn around and go back to what they were doing, even though there's an enemy clearly right there. Which is like, cool. I'm glad this type of leashing exists. But it's also hilarious when the leashing is happening. Nice. You know, let me not do that. And let me instead just do that. Let me not create problems for myself. Save, so I don't lose progress. Scumming the fortresses, everybody. Also, I like how this music is like super boppy and upbeat, but there's a literal camp of... I'm sorry, what? This dude be sleeping. What? It is nighttime. Meat cooked over an open flame. Cooking it has increased its flavor and the number of hearts it provides. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. We're gonna like sneak. Maybe that's the meta. You know, show up to fortresses at night. It probably really isn't approaching fortresses and strongholds at night, but it's funny that this can kind of be the case sometimes. Yeah, give me a sneak strike. Please tell me that's still in this game. Oh, and he's here. Yep. Don't even think about it. Don't. Just don't. You have met your match, Mr. Bokoblin Boss Man. That is a... Oh, do I want this? Maybe I do. Get rid of the boomerang for it? Yeah, sure. Blue Boss Bokoblin Horn. An axe-shaped horn with a band to identify it as belonging to a leader. Attach it to a weapon. Right, we've already read that portion of it. I definitely gotta take a picture wherever I can find it. There's so many horns, man. Where is this? Right here. Pays to be vigilant with this stuff. Okay. Save. Even though these respawn at the Blood Moon, probably, maybe. I don't want to be here when that inevitably does happen. I would break that boomerang by striking the ground with it with a jump attack. Good idea. Oh, I hope this doesn't like load it out of the zone or whatever. Okay, good. No, this is just activating the tower. We can go back and do that real quick. All right, so the weapon I'm gonna drop is this one. No, that is the shield. Do this a few times. maybe several times. Maybe jumping off a higher height would help. Not really. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just have to be patient. Patience, coin. Patience. Done. Saving, so I don't have to do that again. Now, are we ready to get a sky preview? I sure hope so. Can't even skip either. And big old region unlocked. Wow, that is a large chunk of the surface. All ready to go. Huge chunk. And yeah, there are now more places in the sky to go as well. You gonna let me control myself, game, or what? So if I go back here, I've put a star by that. I'm going to put a pin by that as well, so I know to go to that general area. Also, what still has... I can remove that now. Wow, looking down at the Great Plateau is something I never really thought I would see. It's amazing to look at structures like this on the way down. I already like the paragliding a whole bunch when you know, when it was Breath of the Wild and the paragliding was like the closest thing to aerial movement I got. Being able to just launch into the sky and look at things. Now, I have a fear of heights. I as someone who has a fear of heights in real life, I often enjoy doing things like this because I know it's not me. It's not my actual real fear I'm having to like live with, if that's making any sense. I feel disconnected from that fear, which allows me to in turn enjoy things like this. I remember as a kid when I was playing World of Warcraft or other things that had mounts, flying mounts. Oh, the amount of time I would just spend flying around doing nothing, just to fly. That felt so liberating to be able to do. It wasn't even funny. Ooh, are we gonna find more outfits? Wow! Our meeting here must be fate. You know, I really like your look. So much that I'm officially offering you a place in the fan club I founded. You'll be our second member. Oh, ma'am, this is not a fan club. Oh, you want to know who it's for? Here's a hint. He's got a smile like a sunbeam and the most charming potbelly you'll ever see. Who else could it be but the Yiga clan's own Master Koga? Didn't we off him in Breath of the Wild? Why is he back? I haven't really acknowledged this yet, by the way, but we did in fact flatten him with like a steel ball after he fell into a giant hole. That did in fact happen. You know, Zelda enemies do be some of the most durable things in the whole wide world. NK says, careful, there is a phantom Ganon here. Understood. Thank you for the warning. And the membership fee is so reasonable. It's only your life. What? You know what? I actually had a tough time telling that that was an actual real person. Although they didn't use their name. I should have paid attention to that. Okay. Goodbye. Do we actually have to take the rupees now? That's super stupid, if that's the case. Why the heck did they make that change? You could just run over them before. Eightfold Blade, a single-edged sword of the Sheikah tribe. Its small blade, now decayed, is suited for covert actions and yields more powerful sneak strikes than ordinary blades. I feel like I could destroy the fused material and then drop this. Make sure I've taken a picture. Grab the Eightfold Blade. And then fuse this. Neat. And now we've preserved a little bit of life out of the blade. Good. Alright, let's keep moving. And maybe save as well. I'm willing to bet Master Koga holds the auto builder. Now, let me... Eightfold Blade is a really good pick. Oh, why do you say that, Shiny? Is it the attack rate or is it the fact that it yields powerful sneak strikes? Basically like the weapon handle property. That's what that makes me think of, is like a weapon handle property in like Lies of P, where like the big gimmick in Lies of P was using together the blade of one weapon and the handle of another. So you got the scaling of the handle you wanted, but the particular attack type that was offered on the blade or the blunt weapon. I was a huge fan of the shock weapons in Lies of P. I wish there were more of them. Okay, so this is it here. Roughly. And something tells me... Now, well, first, this was just to mark that it's here. All right, so... We are trying to find where the auto builder is. And I know that we talked about this in the previous stream. I bet it's in a chasm. Just alluding to that. What NK said earlier. Yeah, that's what I figured. I had to take a second and think about, hello, is that an armor ant? Sure is. Yes, and sneak strikes, Shiny says, sneak strikes are very easy to achieve with a certain item that creates a smoke wall when thrown. Actual ninja gear. Yeah, I mean, we were literally missing smoke balls from the previous game, where ninjaing around doing sneak strikes was kind of the preferred play style. It'll be nice to do that again, assuming we get some stealth armor at some point. This tough medicinal plant cannot be broken, but it can be cooked. Its durable yet flexible fibers raise your defense when cooked into a dish. Good. I'm going to make a note to... Actually, I can look at my map for this. There are two entrances to chasms. No, there are 3 entrances to chasms. Okay. All right, so there are 4 entrances to chasms, but only 3 shrines. I guess it doesn't matter. Let's go grab one of the shrines, which I think is here-ish. We kind of saw it on the way in, actually. So that we can get up here very quickly. We can get up there very quickly, and then, you know, we can go from there. Notice something similar? Oh, well, we noticed the thing, the shrine. I just didn't get a super great look at it early on. It's also possible I could be misremembering, too. I was sure I saw shrines on my flight down from the Skyview Tower, though. I may have been thinking of the ones on Mount Hylia instead, the ones that I got a bit of a better look at. The chasms are in the... Oh, yeah, you're right. You were asking that as a rhetorical, or not a rhetorical, but like a riddle question. Yeah, these are the exact same locations as the 4 Breath of the Wild shrines, which is just wild to think about. It makes sense. So apparently, there must have been a piece of earth right where the old shrine used to be. So that's that one. So our lovely friend, the shrine, is like over here, but it could be hidden. Yeah, according to the map. According to the map, the shrine on the surface is right around here. This might be one of those cases where you need to go into the depth so that, you know, I can find out where it actually is and the coordinates are off or whatever. Oh, I can see something down there. I gotta be careful not to touch that stuff. Where are my bright bloom seeds? They were here earlier. Especially the goddess statue, and in a room where we get the paraglider from King Rome. Yeah, there's probably definitely something there. And this would be the Temple of Time, the old dilapidated Temple of Time right there. And that's where we got the paraglider. All right, so got the chasm. Let's try to figure out where either a light route or this chap we were... Oh, there's the light route. Hey, imagine that. Actual, real light route. Thank you very much, game. So, I suppose my next question is going to be, did we enter the right hole for Master Koga? Or did we go down the wrong, or like a faraway chasm? We did enter the wrong hole? Okay. So, which chasm would it be then? Are we thinking the one near Mount Hylia? Oh, that's the hole you entered. Okay. Okay. Then I guess I should try to look around for some civilization then. Some sort of campfire or something along those lines then. Yeah, I got you the second time around, Mr. NK. Oh. Well, that's cool. Your shield makes it so you don't touch the gloom. That's a neat interaction. I mean, I'm gonna ruin a good shield doing that, but... Use the scope. Okay, let me get to a place that is less obscuring of my vision. Oh, I see it. It's like over there. Yeah, so wouldn't that be... No, maybe that's not it. Left of that? Yeah, it would be like the Shrine of Resurrection and the Temple of Time. Those are the only two significant buildings. Hello, Mr. Evermean. It's nice of you to join us. I don't think you want to continue picking that fight. For your own, you know, sanity and, like, peace of mind. Okay, so it's like this spot over here. We have a lot more fire fruit, so I want to use that. Okay. Everything in the game wants to kill me. Got it. I mean, I suppose this wouldn't be an evil-filled adventure without that, huh? So that means it's, like, over there, and I should remove this, like, previous thing. Toenails and fangs of monsters can damage Evermeans when attached to weapons, if you're not wrong. I will try... yeah, I'll try that when... I find another stick to use. I should look at Fuse and see if there's anything nearby. I don't see any nearby sticks. I'll have to get some from the surface next time. Nope. Wrong item. Wrong item, coin. Very much wrong item. Oh, arrows? You meant arrows? Yeah, right. Make sure I've... So we can, like, since arrows are easier to find, quote unquote. Okay, this one I'm just gonna chop. Yeah. Smart decision, coin. Less durability and no wasted arrows. Oh, as if that weren't enough, we have mines. We don't have just caves. We have full-blown literal mines. Wow. I don't think this is where I need to be, though. But we're going to talk anyway. Oh, did you pass the interview too? No, I'm just a random bumpkin down here. He obviously did. Why else would he come strolling into a place like this? Ugh, why did I even bring it up? Just forget it. It's not important. What is important is this text we're investigating. It's fascinating. It claims that this stone statue should be able to grant us an ancient power. Ancient power? That's right. This peculiar stone statue is nothing less than one of the fabled constructs. In fact, I have some writing here that explains this so-called ancient power in detail. It reads, this ability will allow you to commit any structure you create to memory. Any object committed to memory, okay, we're in the right place then, can be instantly reproduced. Just think of it. If we could instantly recreate anything we've ever made, the survey team's investigation of this land would be swift and unstoppable. Zelda, you may want to make sure you've rooted out the Yiga clan when you return to being a reigning ruler. And unstoppable, right? I think that's the whole text? Yes. The text further claims that this construct should be able to grant us that power. Oh, we just have to wake it up. I didn't think we'd see anyone else down here. Though, I imagine you could say the same to us, huh? You're here to investigate too, right? You know, since you took the survey team interview. Oh, I'm gonna have fun figuring out if the survey team is like an actual real thing, or if it's just the Yiga Clan 2.0. Because we definitely took that interview too. That's why we're here? Yep. What is it? Does your mother know you doth wear those drapes? Or however that line goes. Take a look at this. Our latest discovery nearly knocked us off our feet. We found this weird device with wavering green letters on it and this strange statue. We think it's one of those living stone constructs. Pretty sure it's supposed to move, too. Well, I say that, but it's all just conjecture on my part. Truth is, we're in a bit of a panic here. If we don't figure out how this thing works soon, we're going to be in big trouble. Here, let me do the thing. Authorizer verified. I trust those survey team members. At the end, anytime we hear a survey team member talk to us, we're just going to be saying,
sure, Jan.
Every time, without fail. It's moving. Conferring auto build to authorizer now. Please utilize it as you explore and excavate the depths for zonite. They're not gonna like this. These, totally above board survey team members. Ugh. And that'll take care of the last rune. Instantly recreate your Ultra Hand projects using nearby items and zonite. Auto build records your previous creations. Did I see what I thought I saw? Did that thing just give you the power we've been researching? That's incredible. Could you give us a demonstration? Let me see what the text has to say. Hold on. This ability will allow you to commit any structure you create to memory. Any object committed to memory can be instantly reproduced. Ma'am, that text says the same sentence twice. Are you okay? I know just what to use it on. As luck would have it, both of our vehicles just broke, and we've been struggling to put them back together again. The one on the round pedestal lost a wheel. And the one on the square pedestal has fallen to pieces. But I think if you put the wheel back onto the first one, you should be able to use your power to repair the second in no time flat. So come on, let's see it in action. Fix them up quick. You can start by repairing the one on the round pedestal. Make sure I've caught up on chat here. Oh yeah, auto build has 2 modes. It can recreate things by using nearby objects or create set objects with 3 zonite each. So in addition to needing charges, zonite is just straight up necessary for it is just straight up necessary for make sure I've tilt to create things from scratch, which is fine. That logically makes sense. But I think I understand now what people say when they say Tears of the Kingdom has so much more grinding involved with it. Wow, look at that. That wheel's right back on there, snug as a bug. Now it's time for the main event. The one in pieces on the square pedestal. Use that new power of yours and fix it up lickety-split. Don't kill me. Ah, okay, and I could set these as favorites. Fascinating. Whoa, it's like I'm seeing double. Built in less than no time flat, too. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you, Ancient Power.
Ooh.
The texts were right after all. Shiny says, yes, Zonite and crystallized charge grinding are a big part of this game. I knew that the rates on crystallized charges were a bit ridiculous when I looked at the number at first. But now just knowing that building things like this takes a lot of Zonite. If you guys in my community that have been here since Breath of the Wild, when we took a vote on this, if you guys didn't want to see the Breath of the Wild grinding for like armor sets, you are definitely not going to want to watch me grind material for Zonite over and over and over again. I will elect to do that sort of thing off camera. No vote required. For the express reason of, saving everyone the time. Unlike Breath of the Wild, where I felt pretty confident I could just log into the game, do a couple of hours of arrow farming and mat farming and call it good. Here, there's so much more. And the meals, yes. And the meals and the elixirs and the armor tier upgrades. There's just so much. I'll say that power's incredible. Oh, Master. Well, look at that. The legends were true. Great work, both of you. You too, stranger. Credit where credit is due. Don't you remember, Master Koga? I deep sixed you in the previous game. Yes, credit where credit is. Yep. There we go. If there's one foe I'll never forget, it's the man who cast me from my Gerudo desert hideout into these very depths. So Koga survived the fall and landed in the depths. How? I should stop asking questions I'm not sure I want the answer to. It was you. Now I live for vengeance, both upon that no-good Zelda and upon my sworn enemy. That means you, Link. We meet again at last. And don't try to tell me you've forgotten me. We are bound by fate, you and I. Who are you again? That's what I have to say in response to all that fuming anger over there. Hear my name and tremble in fear. I am the leader of the Yiga clan. The strong, the depths defying from the ashes rising. What a 2-bit choreograph. Master Koga. I don't want to have to... I saw it all. Probably his big belly worked like a safety cushion, but what do I know? I appreciate you clarifying the joke. But I would have figured out that that was a joke, all things considered. I saw the moment you obtained the ancient power we've sought for so long. The highlight of all the musty old texts we found in this land. It remembers objects you've assembled and can instantly reproduce them. a long lost ability from the distant past. So you're cheating. What are you, 12? Okay, Koga, I cannot take you seriously when you're like this, man. You're a cartoon villain. A certified Rasputin from Anastasia would serve as a better villain than this. And that man was cartoon as hell. Here we are, working ourselves to the bone to build things by hand. And you could just whip them up in an instant. That's not fair. Koga is a very silly man, Shiny. I agree with you on that one. You know who could have used that power? The one we worship and revere. The magnificent one. If we offered it to him, he would have crushed you and Zelda both. But you just walked right up and snatched it away. Now I'm gonna snatch it back. No, you're not. You're gonna do no such thing. Prepare yourself. Yeah, don't even think about it. Oh, there's one problem with this, though. We don't actually have, is there anything I can do with this? No, not really. Oh, what am I doing? Get out from under there. I don't have the device for get on the vehicle and keep hitting him. I hear you. He's gonna show up nearby. Don't even think about it. Are you done making zany contraptions yet, Mr. Koga? I gotta be careful. I'm gonna get run over by Mr. Koga if I don't change things. Also, can we talk about how good this track is? Such a good battle theme. It is a good battle theme. I will give it credit. It is a good battle theme. Don't even think about it. You have a you have something you could control, Mr. Koga. Of course you would do it from the front side. Would rewind work? No, not really. Where is it? I got an explosive for you that I'm sure will have your attention in 5 seconds, Master Koga. I should actually let him turn around. There we go. Don't even shoot him. He does a funny animation if you get on his contraption without shooting him. Okay, I'll try to do that. I probably have to try to do it while he's actually driving the thing, so let me not kill him yet. Don't I have... I do have stamina food. This would be the perfect time to, like, use this haste elixir right here. Oh, also, I'm here laughing at him, but I need to take a picture of him before I forget. I don't want to miss that opportunity. Got him. I would have toggled the camera off, but all this took place without a cutscene. Ugh, you pesky little pest. Why won't you stand still and let me squish you? Because that would be too easy, Master Koga. Aren't you supposed to be, you know, formerly of the Shiga clan? You know, a clan full of discipline and, you know, high martial training? Man, how far you have fallen. Well, fine. I suppose I can let you off easy for today. You think you're so smart, but I've already found a whole bunch of ruins down here. I saw your little trick there. You used your right hand to get that construct going. I'll grab that power you cheated me out of for myself, off at the southwestern abandoned mine. Then the Magnificent One and I will guide this world to its miserable end, and there's nothing that you can do to stop us. So don't follow me. I don't intend to. I'm a little bit too down on weapons at the moment. Yeah, you could go the whole time without doing this. And also we get the relevant challenge log. So let's read. We've yet to do this. So you helped Haz's squad of the monster control crew by defeating the monsters in the stronghold. The squad's next destination is Fort Hateno in Necluda, which is found in the southeast region of Hyrule. If you want to follow them, we can. Master Koga of the Yiga clan. You ran into Master Koga, head of the Yiga clan, in the great abandoned central mine in the depths. He's dead set on getting his hands on the power of the Zonai and bringing about the end of the world with the Magnificent One. Probably Ganondorf, if I had to guess what the Magnificent One is supposed to mean. Could this have something to do with Zelda's disappearance? Master Koga's next stop is the southwestern abandoned mine. Haz's squad of the monster control crew is heading to Fort Hateno next. It's located in Necluda, which is in southeastern Hyrule. They plan to hunt down more monsters there. If you head that way, you might be able to lend Haz and his squad a hand. And then we have the 4 quests we have not picked up. And we have the character profile. Ooh, this is definitely worth a read. This is the last thing I'm going to do, by the way, and then we'll wrap up for the stream today. We've got so many things we got to figure out. Head of the Yiga clan, an organization with a grudge against Hyrule, his grandiosity and inexplicable charisma inspire passionate loyalty. What am I reading? A Kim Jong-un profile, description? Originally thought to have been killed in battle with Link, he survived after falling into the depths of the world, burning with ambition to join the Magnificent One and guide the world to its end. He has sent his acolytes to all corners of Hyrule. What do we get for all this? Huge crystallized charge. $signs, everybody. Complete crystal meat by condensing zonite charges processed from zonite equal to 100 normal crystallized charges. Excuse me. Thank you for repelling the trespassers. I hope you will pardon me for listening in on your conversation. That man mentioned an abandoned mine to the southwest. I suspect that he is referring to the former Gerudo mine. That place flourished with activity long ago like this one. Ore was constantly unearthed and refined. There are statues that point the way to the abandoned Gerudo mine. Follow them to reach that destination. I recommend you begin by making your way to the light you see over there. One more thing before you set out on your journey. There's something I would like you to have. Please speak with my associate when possible. Okay, I guess we could do that here. Thank you for driving out the trespassers. I will no longer need to hide in order to avoid detection. My dogs have apparently decided that they are upset or active about something. There's another reason that it is good that you've come. I see that you have the ability to auto-build. That means this schema stone I carry is for you. These stone slabs depict schematics of things such as Zonai vehicles. Auto-build saves the schematic and builds it on command. The new design has been registered with auto-build. You should now be able to auto-build an additional design. Please wait while I prepare the necessary parts for you to test the schema stone. Blueprints, building. I can see why people like this game, even more than I already did before. Schema stones can help you build things you've never before imagined. I hope that you find this one useful. I am not gonna build it. Go to the crystal refinery near the recall shrine, because that's where this would be here. So this has to be the refinery. I am grateful to you for driving out the trespassers. I was processing Zonite into other materials. It was necessary that I flee to avoid detection, but I'm at the liberty now to trade Zonite for processed materials. Zonite is a green substance that can be mined in great quantities in this land. I am capable of processing this substance and converting it into a variety of things. There's also a concentrated form called large Zonite. It is extremely useful. Shall I explain anything else? Processing. Zonite is processed by smelting it in a furnace. It is thereby converted into materials with useful properties. Zonite charges and crystallized charges are two such examples. I believe the crystallized charges are the ones we want for upgrading battery capacity. Crystallized charges are a solidified form of Zonite charges. We mainly use them as raw materials in the construction of energy cells. Zonite charges? They're what power Zonite devices and constructs. A charge can be consumed to replenish your energy cell. It can also be fed into device dispensers to produce Zonite devices. A selection of processed materials is arrayed on the nearby shelves. See if any of them catch your interest. I guess I will. So I guess that's this would be the crystal refinery, right? Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure. That is the forge construct. That's not quite the same thing, I think. Oh, so the recall shrine. That's up in Sky, isn't it? And while I'm here, yes, Zonite devices and all the building things awaken an inner engineer in me. Yeah. Even though Minecraft is not quite my shtick, it kind of is, but at the same time, it's... How do I word this? I presume that's this. That's the dispenser. Yeah, so the crystal refinery is here at this shrine. Even though I do have a penchant for building things and I like crafting things, so this game is up my alley. I have had, rough experiences on Minecraft servers with people that have just nuked the server for fun. So if I build things, it's very much it's something I tend to do on my own. I'll often express a love of the thing, but not I won't go out of my way to play games that, like Satisfactory or Factorio are the two I think of that come to mind. Heck, even what is it? Is it Eco? There was one that was my Discord server of old associates. They paid for a server on that. There will be another crystal refinery that's gonna fall near Lookout Landing. Okay. Good to know, but I'm pretty sure I'm in the correct spot. I'll keep an eye on it, though. This is a crystal refinery. I can take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. Sure. To produce one energy well will require 100 crystallized charges. Is that acceptable? Yep, sure is. Please wait. I have refined your crystallized charges into one energy well. A small part made from crystallized charges, it increases your the maximum energy that can be stored in your energy cell. So it looks like that looks like there are 16 or 17, because that built up. Wait, no. There's 7 sockets with 3 energy wells each. So that's 21 total energy cell enhancements. Is that correct? I know the math is mathing, but I'm hoping that I'm accurate when it comes to what the game wants or is showing me. I would enjoy further visits from you. Okay. Wow, that is a really involved 5 hours. And I don't even think I updated the VOD description, so I have to go back and do that for when we wrap up today. No, it can be upgraded more than that? Okay. So the 8 sockets or 7 sockets I saw were just, that's what I can see right now. That's cool. I don't know if I'll go out of my way to upgrade the energy cells. I will upgrade it fully because it is part of the 100%. I'm 99% confident of that. I will upgrade it, but I will upgrade it as it makes sense to do so, or at a reasonable pace. I won't just turn around, go collect 100 and come right back. That's silly. So I'll probably like pool a few upgrades. 45 energy cells, and you start with 3. So you get 48 total. Yeah, that's a lot of Zonite. That's a lot of Zonite. Oh my god. Because you don't just take Zonite and turn it into crystallized charges. It takes like a few of them each. That is a long time of grinding, and you're constantly using Zonite in the meantime. We're gonna be busy, everybody. My senators and inductees, thank you so much for putting up with the longer stream for today. You guys have been awesome. I'm hungry. I've whipped up batch dinner. It's more of that pasta hodgepodge from before. So I'm gonna go eat some of that, assuming nobody has cooked anything in the house. I will be back tomorrow. Same deal as before, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've got a lot of places left to go. We've got the remaining light routes in the central Hyrule area. We've also got all of the new light routes for the region, as well as new places in both the sky and the surface to get Korok seeds at. So the game has just opened up. Auto build is going to make our life easier, but there will probably be moments where I might not use it. Or it won't make sense to use it because the materials for auto build won't be on hand. See, I'm still learning. My lovely senators and inductees, my name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. It's super easy to remember. You literally carry it in your pocket. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I gotta make a new thumbnail, among other things. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. You're welcome back in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, see you next time, and goodbye.